Yeah.
7. Still says 6 for me.
7.
Oh, no, it's 7. There we go. There we go.
I'm the 7th.
Yes, Johnny.
Who's the
Don't get very
6th?
excited.
That's hilarious.
It's like-
That someone random subscribed before Johnny. That's hilarious. How is that even?
Do you reckon it's like YouTube?
Guys, refresh your
YouTube,
pages,
oh, no.
please.
We're
Refresh your
on.
pages. Please,
Well,
ladies
to be
and gentlemen.
fair, shouldn't Will be able to chat? Oh, there we go.
Hey
Okay,
guys.
okay.
Hey guys, do you wanna click on that beautiful YouTube page there? Look at that. Is everything running okay your end, Zaro?
Everything's fine, my end.
Fantastic.
Gucci.
Alright, so do you wanna let would you like to let the guys know? In fact, I'll send a message now.
Fun watching us like 30 seconds ago.
So so we're live. There you go, guys. This is it. We're officially live on the YouTubes.
That looks really good. Well, nice job.
Thank you.
Okay. So, welcome all to the test stream, the prologue session of the SilverWind Saga. Is that what we're calling it? We'll have to settle on the name. All right. So, welcome to the SilverWind coast. This is a large human swathe of land where civilization has been built on the ruins of 2 other ages of older races. Initially, it was the Age of Serpents, thousands of years ago. And then the Age of Elves, which lasted for a period of time after this. It is currently the year 1512 in the Age of Humanity. And we are entering a period of time where the arcane has been dormant for the past 300 years, something known generally as the Fall. We have some heroes who have begun their adventure down south in the old elven city of Danandur, which has recently become thriving under the influence of druidic monks. We have others who have started their adventure in West Point and have encountered certain intriguing situations, shall we call them, along the way. But enough of all this formal stuff. Let's introduce ourselves. I will be your game master this evening. We should probably get used to this, shouldn't we? Let's just play it normal, guys. Let's just be normal. We're chill. It's cool. It's a stream. Playing some LFG. Playing some low fantasy gaming. Let's go around. So, Zaro, introduce yourself. Tell us about the character that you'll be playing.
So, my name is SilverWind Blade. I'm a ranger. From the northern coast of the SilverWind coast. You'll find out later about what that is. And yeah, I'm a ranger, kind of cross class, a little bit into fighter. So it's going to be a little bit interesting throughout the campaign to see how that works. But yeah, I'm excited.
All right. So yeah, we'll probably get used to explaining rules as we go just a little bit, because we'll be introducing a lot of, well, all 7 of us will be introducing ourselves to LFG as we go. Dristan, tell us, what is your character this evening?
Well, my name's Tristan. No surname yet. Maybe, who knows. I am a monk who has cross-classed into druid, and I am from the city of Dananda.
Indeed, but as the druidic monks would refer to the elven city of Danandur, it's Dananda, because of their specific speech patterns. Storble, tell us about yourself.
Hello, I'm Stoble. I'm a bard. I'm quite fond of the circus. Me and Patrick.
Fantastic. That's all we need to know, but I'm sure we'll discover more. Ravik, tell us.
Yes, I'm Ravik. I'm a half-scored racist class, cross-cast into Artificer. And Ravik, he grew up in West Point, attended the Guild of the Sacred Flame, and is a licensed Artificer.
Indeed. But alas, without any patronage thus far, as I understand it, Ravik. So we'll see how that goes. And finally, Illinder, tell us a little bit about yourself.
So Elindor is the son of a mariner merchant, and he's very close with his mother. He is a cleric. He is human, but he has a lot of elven heritage somewhere. We haven't quite worked out where, but essentially, it's lied dormant within his mother's lineage, and suddenly it's come out. So he is a cleric, but he's a non-traditional. Sorry, not a cleric.
There's a cultist in low
Cultist.
fantasy, isn't it? Yeah, there
That's
you
it.
go.
He's a cultist of rather than a specific god. He is a cultist of a group of people called the Sidereal Elves, which are ascended elves, so they're higher forms of being, and essentially he follows their patterns of thinking and wants to become more like them. And he's very well-to-do, very posh, and that's about all you need to know about him.
Fantastic, indeed. And I'm sure there's a lot we'll learn as well. So, where we left it last time, guys, Ravik, Ilander, and Zaro. We'll jump to you first. So, it's been a few days since everything that happened has happened. And I'm going to tell us what exactly has... I'll throw it to you guys. You're currently in Ilander's mother's house. You've been lying low for the past couple of days. Ilander, give us one moment while we get the... Have you got the stream link? Sorry, Zara, I want to just cut in quick. Can you send the stream link?
The actual stream link, yeah?
Yeah, is that what's in the chat already, yeah?
No,
links
that
to
is
the
in the
channel.
channel.
That's fine, okay. Because our moderator's having trouble.
Yeah, just follow the link and then...
Just follow the link.
Yeah, go to the channel.
Cool. Alright. Okay. So, we'll edit all that out later. This isn't like a debugging test stream or anything. It's fine, you know. It's not like we're going to keep all this for the archives when people look back in years and say, wow, these fools actually couldn't play LFG. Anyway.
As assuming anyone wants to look back on it anyway.
Yeah, it's like people, you know, in 10 years, like, where did this all start? Wow, I'm surprised this started at all. But that's okay. We'll jump to some technical stuff. So he's found the channel. He's liked there are 2 likes on the stream already. Has anyone else liked the stream? That's interesting.
No, I've not liked the stream.
I mean, I can if I need to.
Yeah, I can.
No,
What?
it's just interesting. Are we public? Because he can't get into it.
We are
Zara.
public. We are public.
We are public. So he's found it, but he hasn't been able to actually click on it to watch it. Or did you start? Did you start streaming earlier?
No.
Okay.
Kind of like when I said we were live, that's when I said.
You can send the direct link in the chat and pass on if you need.
I've sent him the link.
You sent him the link.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
There's, including me, there's 4 watching.
And maybe
interesting. So, okay, I'm not currently watching it, so it's probably storable. But there we go. So that's fine. Hey, as long as it's working, that's what this is for, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm on the stream as well, so.
It does work, yeah.
It works.
Cool. Okay, so the stream is actually working. Have you sent a link for him to be moderator? Is there something you can do to assist with that? Because I think that's one of the...
I'm not too sure how to do that.
But I'll just throw that your way for the moment, Zaro. Ilander.
I know. If he comments in the video,
Yep.
I can then do the 3 dots, and then I can make him a moderator.
He's just commented.
Yeah, well that's you.
Oh, okay, hang on. I'm now.
No. Just wait.
Okay, I'm gonna. This is great. This is going so smooth. I love this. This is what I wanted, guys. This is it.
Oh,
Where's my...
okay.
Has it come through for you yet?
Yeah, but I didn't. I sent the right one, but okay.
That's fantastic. That's great. That's great. All right. Well, I guess we don't have to work so much on anonymity, considering he's using his Google account to be a mod. So
Exactly.
That's fine. That's no sweat. We'll sort all that out later. Anyway, I'll see if I can finally get to Ilander. Ilander, we've been hiding in your family's house for the past few days. And when I say we, I mean Ravik, Zaro, Jask, and Tech, the few characters that you've already interacted with. But Ilinda, with your highborn manor, you can actually look north over the harbour from your bedroom. It's one of those taller buildings built in a nicer part of town, and it's designed to have that kind of aesthetic where you can look out. And it's been a couple of days. You have a few days to the graduation ceremony, and based on what's happened, based on the interaction you've had, you might be able to, or rather you're somewhat confident that you'll be able to graduate as you desired, based on certain notes and certain implications that you've left in certain places. However, the Dean of the Divine School of West Point, of the Moonlit Night, is still dead. He did indeed jump out a window, and that may or may not have been your fault, linked to you. We'll have to see how things are seen in the court of public opinion. But for the moment, on this morning in early winter, just as autumn is blending into the first month of winter, you can see in the distance the familiar sight of your father's vessel approaching West Point.
Ah, the brute is back.
Tell me, what would you like to do? You have visitors downstairs.
Sorry, so they're still on the horizon, are they? They're not here yet.
Yeah, so as you look out, you're still relatively early in the morning, and you are looking out, and they are still on the horizon. You would anticipate that they'd be with the city relatively soon, perhaps within the next few hours, depending on wind. And you know that your father's vessel is approaching, and you are aware of Ravik's paternal figure who also works on the ship. So you are aware that Ravik has an interest in this vessel.
Well, I would have set them up in the basement so as not to cast aspersions from Mother.
Absolutely.
Yes. So I think I'll go and see Ravik and Darrow as well.
And Zaro, that's absolutely fine. As you head downstairs, you have kept them in the basement. You've kept them fed and watered, but you've been hiding out here. Tech is looking a bit better, but she did suffer a severe injury, and so has been kind of recovering over the past day or two. Ravik has been keeping a keen eye, making sure she's okay. And Zaro has also been present with Jask, who is restless. He does not like being cooped up indoors at all.
Indeed.
So as you descend Ilinda, you find Ravik, Zaro, and Tech, along with Jask, well behaved, sleeping in a corner, though restless, in your family's basement.
Hola, amigo.
Eastman, it seems that your uncle has come back with my father. They seem to be approaching the harbour.
That is good news. That is good to hear. So, what is our plan? What are we to do now, after all that has just happened?
Yes, well, of course. I think it goes without saying that I need to graduate top of my class. And then I've been thinking about what we were saying about the possibility of going with you, Tech. Seeing as nobody has enlisted us for research purposes or whatever they may need us for.
She kind of looks up at you weakly. You've got various furniture. You're relatively rich to afford this much furniture, even for the basement, that which is in storage. And she's kind of in a bed that's laid out, covered over. She's had a bit of a kind of a cold and hot kind of flushes with infection that she's been clearing out using certain alchemical potions that she's aware of. And she kind of looks up at you. She nods her assent. I think it would be nice if we could stick together for a little while longer. Heading down to Danander. We can,
Yes. I think it would be better. And of course, it would be good for my research. I've had research here for quite a while and not made many breakthroughs. Maybe Danander will help us. Help me.
Sure. It could very well be true, but in the meantime, I've still got a few days before we still have the graduation ceremony in the Citadel, and then we've got a little while before I actually make passage south. What are we doing right now with that thing, that document you found?
Well, I think it's in the safest place it can be at the moment. Wouldn't you agree, Zara?
See.
So we're keeping it.
Well, we're keeping it until the graduation, yes.
Until I can find a good way to pass it on to Genevieve. See.
It was specifically Genevieve you were told by your
Yes.
group of thugs, yes.
Yes. Well,
Okay. Yes, well, I mean, the instinct is to go to the docks, but Ravik, I really think it would be better if you stayed in, considering our current situation.
But that is what we agreed, is it not? I was to lay low.
Yes.
Elendor,
Yes.
if that is to be the case, then when you go and see my uncle, can you tell him to visit me here after you have met them?
I mean, I can request, and as long as... Well, I don't really know how my father will react to the idea of one of his crewmates. I'm sure he wouldn't have a problem.
Well,
Yeah, question. Are they close? Is it like captain, first mate? Is it...
Not quite first mate, quartermaster. So second, kind of third in line. So you've got kind of captain. Yeah, kind of high up. He's worked his way up, but yeah, he's in the upper echelon.
Are there... Because I feel like he would... Sorry, no. I feel like my father would respond to that kind of person.
Yeah, so he has an amount of weight on the ship. The quartermaster is kind of directly responsible in this universe more for preparing food and storage and kind of equipment. So he's not like a commanding officer. When the captain and first mate are aboard, but like he would be left the ship if the captain and first mate went to shore. That kind of thing. He's that kind of upper middle officer, but not like a gentry officer. Kind of about as high as you can get while still being a commoner.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I was just... That's brilliant.
So you absolutely are aware of him. You know of him. You know he's kind of in that middle ranking. And Ravik, you're aware that you know very well that Uruz has worked incredibly hard to get as far as he has. There you go.
Cool. I'm sure my father, who likes to enjoy his time with the common people as opposed to myself, I'm sure he will not have a problem with your uncle coming back to our home. Mother will, though. Mother will not like this at all.
Well,
anyway,
does she and even your father do they need to know? Does your mother know about us being here at all?
No. I've greased the right palms to make sure that never happens.
Well, perhaps it's best that it stayed that way.
Yes.
About that, amigo. Jask kind of needs some fresh air. Is it okay if he goes with you? Maybe.
Yes, well, I mean, there's no reason why you have to stay behind, Zara.
Okay, I'll accompany.
Yeah,
Before you all leave, Elendor, could I have a word with you in private?
Yes. That won't be a problem. He sort of like stands tall and shuffles along. Puts his hand in his pockets. Yes.
About what happened back in the Dean's office. I just wanted to... Well, you and I have known each other for some years. And I'd like to say that we have some sort of rapport between us. Even if you do not approve of, well, many things about me. But I just wanted to apologize for my outburst. I shut you down, and it was a very emotional response, you see. I hope I didn't offend you, and I hope that we can continue to, well, be friends.
Well, as my mother would say, you're subject to your basic breeding, and therefore, it's not entirely your fault. You are what they made you. Yes, no, that's fine. I'll say it this way, it has not changed my outlook on you.
Well, that's good to hear, at least.
And as you are speaking like this, you only now notice that Tech has actually stood and is standing shortly behind, a short way away from Ravik, and kind of stumbles to catch your arm. She looks at you, Ilinda, like, that was beautiful. Now, if you are heading down with Zaro, the other thing that we need to address, based on everything that's happened, is how incredibly careful you have to be while navigating the city. You draw a lot of attention, Ilinda. Maybe try to play it down a little bit just for today.
I need to roll.
Go on, roll a willpower check.
Damn it. Yes. No matter how much it pains me, you are correct that it would be best to keep a small profile until the graduation.
Exactly. We've only got a couple of more days. She breathes heavily. She kind of leans on your arm, Ravik. Let's head back over there where I can sit down here, Ravik.
Absolutely.
And as you go past, she pets Jask. You're a good dog. He kind of nuzzles up to her as she walks past. So Ravik, you and Tech are planning on staying currently in the basement. That's fine. Ilinda and Zaro, are you beginning to kind of leave now to beat them there so you can wait for them, or are you looking to coordinate? What is it you're looking to do? Bear in mind, Ilinda, you still have the mace that you collected.
Yeah, I'm going to keep that in my room.
Okay, fine.
Feel like. Does it have any special qualities to it?
As you examine it, roll a perception check for me, please.
Because I've had like 3 days, wouldn't I?
You've had a few
Natural
days,
3.
yeah. Natural 3. Okay, cool. Rolling low is good in low fantasy when you're rolling a check. There you go. People are going to be looking at this. Natural 3? That's terrible. It's like, no, it's very good.
It's the second best, third best score.
It's the third best roll you can. A natural 1 is actually fantastic. So as you examine this mace, it doesn't seem to have inherent properties in and of itself, but it seems to. You saw the runes light up. It seems to respond very strongly, at least aesthetically, to divine abilities playing on it. So you saw that when the weapon was blessed, instead of it just becoming a blessed weapon, the entirety of it lit up, and you saw it responding in real time. So it may just be aesthetic, there may be something deeper, but it is at least aesthetic.
Brilliant. That totally fits me. I will definitely be keeping this mace.
Fantastic.
Can I use my dexterity with that as well?
Absolutely. You can use your dexterity on any melee weapon with your abilities. Yeah.
Brilliant.
Absolutely. So are you looking to head out immediately then, or are you looking to wait and coordinate?
Well, at the moment, I'm wearing some very ostentatious robes. Like I said, the large, ear fixtures that make me look elven.
Yeah.
The large golden filigree coming off my cape.
Yeah.
And I'm going to I'm going to change into something that to anyone else still looks flamboyant, but to me is really reserved, like a green collar with like silver lacing.
Roll
Something.
roll a charisma check for me, please, Ilinda.
Natural 2.
Natural 2. Oh man.
It's my lowest stat. How?
Ravik, you were expecting Ilinda to change into something absolutely ghastly. But it's fine. I mean, it's maybe a bit too orange and green simultaneously, but it's fine, you know? Zaro, you're looking at a man switch out from clothes that are more expensive than you've ever seen in your life to meager or more demure clothes that are still more expensive than you've ever seen in your life. This kid is rolling in a little bit. But as you leave the house and head north, that's absolutely fine. So, as you begin doing this, we cut north on a vessel, a caravel, a trade ship, heading south. Storble and Driston, you are currently in the cabin when you hear a cry from outside. Land ho! West Point in sight! Begin docking, begin preparation for landing. And suddenly this man thinks he's in some kind of avian vehicle. Shot it, Lefty. You can't be saying that every time. We've still got 2 hours before we get to shore. I'm like, a man can dream, can't he, Captain? Aye, he can. But he can dream also from the bottom of the sea, so watch your lip. All right. And as this kind of happens, there's a clatter at the door, and Patek, the small halfling, falls almost with the roll of the ship into the cabin. Adrian is currently out and on deck. He looks at you, Storble, looks at you, Tristan. Right. We've only got 2 hours, and then we're going to be home free, West Point. And he looks at you, Tristan. And yes, we're still with you as well. I don't know what you're doing there, but Storble, we're going to be able to catch up with the others. We're only a few hours behind the boat. I've seen their ship. It's only recently docked.
Oh, I have to go to circus.
Absolutely. We're going to get that performance. We're going to get that gold. Gold. We're going to get paid in gold.
Much. Drink till the night gets blue.
Yes, we're going to... That's not normally how the night works, Storble. You know, we've been over this a couple of times.
It sounded good in my head.
The night is dark and terraflub? That's something. There's something going on there. I'm sure there's an expression we could absolutely steal there. But you, Monk, your master man doesn't seem particularly excited to see land. He seems to be quite sad.
Well, I don't know about that, but thank you for noticing. I will ask him about it in a bit. But to be honest, is drinking all you ever think about?
Because Storble and Patek locks eyes with you, looks back at Tristan. And gold.
And circus.
And circus. And the circus, indeed. But mostly drinking and gold. The circus is kind of a means to an end.
I do enjoy it, though.
It is fun. But drinking and gold.
I guess so.
But, you know there's more to life than that.
Probably. Maybe.
We've not found it yet.
No. I think it's quite elusive, whatever you're talking about.
Well, that may be true, but don't just think that booze is all there is to life.
Patek kind of nods to himself. Well, it's not just booze, you understand. It's liqueurs and whiskies and gin and sometimes ice cubes if you're in a particularly extravagant place. All right. Is that okay, Monk? Have we answered your questions? Because Storble and I, we've got some planning to do for our next act, and also Storble, we've got some talking to do about that coin of yours.
No, my coin.
Yes, your coin.
Would Master like to go circus? Hey, cheer him up.
Kind of looks at you, Tristan. Do you wanna ask your master if he'd like to go to the circus? Is that his kind of thing?
My face just lights up. I'll be right back. I run off to the
You
master.
fly out the door with your monkish speed, and as you leave, Paddock kind of closes the door and looks at you, Storble. It's kind of, Storble, listen, this is important, okay? That coin is incredibly valuable, okay?
Yes.
Until we decide what to do with it, we can't show anyone. Okay? Do not show anyone the coin.
What about the coin trick, though?
The coin trick was something that the monk master man did on the boat, but not off the boat, okay? We don't do the coin trick on land. Not with that coin. We use copper,
Okay.
or
We use
maybe
different coins.
silver. A different coin, absolutely. I've got some coins, but we absolutely do not use that coin, okay?
Okay, I won't.
We'll figure out... Go again there, Storble.
I won't.
Good. Okay. We'll figure out what to do. We can probably sell it. It'll give us all the silver we want. Okay? But we'll figure it out. Okay? Just think about the drink that we'll get once we've sorted this whole situation out, alright?
I'll think of the story. Get my
Think of it. Indeed. A new story. That'll be great. We could sing a new story for the circus, for the graduation or whatever it is. I think they've got a bunch of school kids that have finally had a half term or something.
They don't
but,
pay well.
No, but it's not the school that's paying us, Storble. It's the city. And with the city, we can... it's beautiful. We sign documents. We get money coming in all day, even when we're not working. You're not going to believe the amount of money we get from West
Sounds
Point.
good.
Oh, it's great. It's great. Dristan, as you kind of head out, you find Adrian is actually standing at the very prow of the vessel, looking towards the city, motionless, observing the walls, the harbour, and the city buildings as they gradually become larger and larger.
Yeah, master. Yeah, master. Barry.
Yeah.
Got a couple questions.
Tristan, talk to me. What's on your mind?
How busy do you think we'll be in this point?
Say that again, Tristan. The sound of the waves caught you a little bit there.
Do you reckon in West Point we'll have time to see the circus?
You got to be careful with that, Tristan. You're already taking that halfling's accent a little bit, aren't you? You're copying his speech patterns. That's... You kind of... you can hear him joking with you a little bit. But then he kind of stops and is... Tristan, there's a time when a coin is in the air. And it's exciting and it's new and you don't know what's going to happen. But every coin has to land. I feel that we're landing in West Point, for better or for worse. If we have time to see the circus, I think it would be time well spent.
You know, you're pretty good at answering the questions, but you've answered nothing.
He flicks the coin that he has in his hands. He catches it, holding it vertically. Turns it so it's facing you, so the narrow lattice is pointed at you. It's an aspect of balance, Tristan. Being able to give without giving or taking without receiving anything. All things flow into each other and out of each other. Sometimes questions are answered by the very question that's posed. But to answer your question, Tristan, yeah, I think we'll have time to see the circus. Fantastic. And he kind of turns and... You catch a... Roll a perception check for me, please, Tristan.
That's a 10. Success.
Fantastic. You just catch like a hint of morose feeling in the edge of his words as he kind of he acquiesces to your request, but then turns back and begins observing the city again as the ship moves ever closer to the harbor.
Master, have you been to West Point before?
Not physically, Tristan, only in my dreams. And somehow, seeing it in real life, it's bigger than even I could have thought. There's a lot of history here. And history is a blessing and a curse. We'll have to make preparations soon. I'm going to go and talk to Uruz about any equipment that we'll need once we disembark. You're welcome to spend more time with your circus friends, and hey, if they get you a free showing, I'm not going to argue with it. But remember, we're still going to need to meet Genevieve as soon as we can.
Okay.
All right. Storble, is there anything else you wanted to do in the meantime with Patek?
Yeah, I think we'll just be chatting about the story.
That's fine. So you're discussing the story. Dristan, you kind of mill around the ship a little bit, rejoining Patek and Storble, thinking about what your masters told you. And the hours pass by somewhat quickly until you find yourselves face to face with the biggest city you've ever seen. And as you begin to pull in, you can see several smaller vessels have moored, and you pass what looks to be an even larger vessel than what you're currently in, Tristan and Storble. You can both see this. And as you cross paths with it, it is armed to the teeth. And you sail past, and you can see emblazoned on it, right at the back, it's just the word Griffin, as it stands vigil over the harbour of the city of West Point. There are a very rare sight in that it is armed with cannons and firearms, gunpowder being exclusively produced and created by the artificers in West Point, and in very limited quantities, primarily for the defense of the city. The Griffin is the only vessel that you know of that's permitted to carry such armament into open water. As you head closer to land, you hear sailors preparing to moor. Illinder, Zaro, you see the caravel pulling up to the docks. Are you there to meet it? Are you staying back? What is it? How are we approaching this situation?
Sort of stay back in the shadows for a bit and wait for them to come to us almost.
Good call, good call.
No problem. So, as the caravel is pulled in, it is rotated by dock workers who pull it so that it's angled facing towards the sea to allow for a quick exit, extra time being taken on the docking to allow for this. And Illinder and Zara, both roll a perception check, please. Fantastic.
It's 8 quick.
Okay.
8 success.
Both of you are aware almost immediately of 2 robed figures with quarterstaffs across their backs descending from the boats. First of all, looking around at their surroundings, seeing the city of West Point, while sailors head out and move into the city. They're followed closely by a large man and a very, very short, almost childlike figure who follow quite closely, and they stand talking for a little while on the docks. Illinder, you can see that Uruz is staying on the vessel slightly longer with your father, managing things as he normally would. So while most of the sailors have already head into the city, Uruz and Philip are currently descending the boat, and there's kind of this cluster of people, these monk-like figures, one much older, one much younger, and these almost circus folk in how they're dressed and their mannerisms, very bright colors. One of them's got an instrument, the other one's very large, probably a lion wrestler or something crazy. And they begin to walk past you before they are stopped by Uruz, who quickly descends from the boat and begins talking with the older the older of the two monks. And Philip is still on the boat, but the others are currently talking on the docks. The other sailors have cleared out and have moved to their shore leave. Any other sailors on the boat are below deck, sealing things, preparing things to move into and out of the city.
I didn't know there was a circus here. A bunch of people. Whoa.
On a great success, Zaro, you actually see a smaller boat on the other side of the same set of docks. That's actually just unloading tents and equipment and animals. It's mostly finished unloading, but you can see they're kind of preparing it further up in the harbour to put into the city.
Wow.
Seems a gaudy display, no doubt.
Have a
So I'll look at with a bit of test.
I've never been to one. How are they?
They're small things that amuse the small-minded.
When...
No, they're no comparison for a good book. The histories, poetry, anything that can expand your mind.
Okay, amigo.
Anyway, more importantly, we have business with this man. Sorry.
Storble and Dristan, while this is going on, can you just both roll perception checks, please? Particularly Dristan, as you're just taking in everything.
The natural 20.
Natural 20. Storble, you are currently standing at the docks of a very, very, very big village. Dristan?
12 on my perception.
12. Okay. You can see that milling around, there are dockers and workers. And off to one side, there are groups of people that seem to just kind of be observing the boats. Yeah, you don't feel observed, but you realize that having come aboard on a vessel this large, people are aware of your presence. And it's a different feeling to Down Under, where everything was all a little bit familiar. This is a strange and a foreign land. And as this is going on, Adrian is talking to Uruz. They're off just slightly to one side, discussing something, while you are observing everything. And Storble is poked from behind by Patek. He's like, right, look, the rest of the circus, they're not too far. We can jump in right now. Look, this is the ship.
Great. This ship is tiny.
Let's go. And you kind of head over to the ship. It's empty. Everything seems to have already moved into the city. All right. Okay, we've done this before. We can find them somewhere in the city, but this city also has taverns, Storble, and we've got at least 24 hours before we're going to be noticed missing.
We could make money.
We could make money, and then we could spend the money on booze.
Whereabouts?
I don't know. We're going to have to find a tavern.
Why not the docks?
We could. The docks, they're all working, Storble. They're busy. But in a tavern, people are there to be entertained, to spend their money. But we need to find a tavern. Right. And you, Ilinda, you see this short, bumbling halfling figure walking around, and he kind of sees the two of you. He's just standing to one side, looking. Hey, hello.
Hello there, small man. What can I do?
You are an observant one. You have two good eyes in your head. They both absolutely work. That's absolutely true. Hello, my name is Patek, and this is my.
Oh, sorry.
This is my friend, Storble. We're new to the city. We're looking for adventure and ale in the other order to what I set them in. Do you
You're looking for adventure?
We're not. No, we're adventure. No, but ale
We need
first.
taverns.
Yes, taverns. Ale first, and then adventure. It's all part of it. We
Aye.
Do you what's your name?
My name is no consequence. Do not trouble yourself.
That's a really, really long name. All right, no consequence. Do not trouble yourself. I'm not gonna remember that, to be honest. I'm gonna call you Concy. Okay. All right.
His parents must not like him.
It's a really long name, Storble. I don't think you're gonna be able to remember that one. You there though? You standing with the hound? It's a fine hound you have there.
See.
It's a lovely hound. It's got bright green eyes and orange. Right, that's an interesting hound you've got there. I've not seen one like that before.
Yes.
Pat,
Don't touch
this is
it.
Stormy.
Don't touch it.
I'm not. I never attempted to touch your hound.
Don't.
What's your name, good sir?
My name is Zaro.
Zaro. That's a fine name. Both of you look like fine names. It's not quite as good as No Consequence and whatever the rest of it was. But you guys look like you'd know about a watering hole in the area, potentially a tavern, a bar, an inn, somewhere where we could procure some beverages of the alcoholic variety.
My favorite.
I'm sure too, debased men, much as yourself, will find no shortness of those sorts of disgusting places. Now, if you don't mind, we have people to speak to, and I sort of start to barge.
Okay, you start to barge past, like, does the man not drink? He looks at you, Sarah. He's like, does he not drink?
Yes, he's very complicated, amigo.
Yeah,
Why
talk
are you
about
with him?
it. I'd be complicated if I had a name that long. That's a really, like, I cap out.
Check my person to make sure he's not nicked anything.
Everything's there. You've not had anything stolen from you. You're absolutely fine. But Zara is kind of, okay, you're talking stuff. Go on. Come on. You look. Oh no, you look new here as well. Come on, tell me. You found a tavern. You've been to a tavern. Go on, give us a name. A name.
You know, I know nothing.
You've not been to a tavern. These men have not been to a tavern, Storble.
That's the first place you go.
That's the first place you go! Right. Okay, let's hang around with the young monk a little while. Perhaps he'll be able to help us. We could get lost in the city. And while you're kind of discussing this, Storble, Dristan, you see these two gentlemen approaching after having interacted in this way with Patek and Storble.
I walk up to, what's his name?
Adrian is the monk, Uruz is the half-scorn, Philip is your father.
Uruz.
Uruz. Okay, Uruz is talking to Adrian at this point, who is a large, he's an older, dark-skinned monk with kind of the traditional straw hat, big white beard, large white dreadlocks. He's kind of, you know, that sounds like pretty good. We could probably attend that. Do you know anyone else who's going to be attending? And the two of them kind of look at you. And Uruz looks at us. My apologies, Adrian. Ilinda, it's been a while since I've seen you, eh?
Yes.
Maybe.
Uruz, is it?
You spend your time with Revik, eh? I know you, Ilinda. My name is still Uruz.
Well, I wouldn't say that we spend that. Yeah, irregardless. More importantly,
I'm mighty sorry, Adrian. I'm sorry about this. Ilinda, tell me what's going on.
Yes. And then I lower my voice. So,
Right.
Ravik
Revik, yes.
requires your. He requires you to attend to his attendance
Right.
at my house.
It's your house.
At the moment, Ravik is keeping a rather low. What's the word? I'm trying to think.
Profile.
Profile. Hello, profile. What's going on? Is everything okay,
Low
Linda?
profile. No, nothing to worry about. Do not worry yourself. Of course, nothing has been irrevocably done. But
That's good.
he will require you to make sure that Mother does not know the reason of your attendance at our house. She does not.
Okay, I can probably. Would it not be best to meet nearby? I mean, it might be tricky to get inside your house without alerting your mother.
I mean, just tell the big, the big tall one. I can't remember his name. Roderick.
Right. Yes. Oh, okay. Yes, I know the man. Yeah.
Just ask him. He'll be at the front door. What Mother's like. She always worries about intruders. Just ask him, and he knows everything that goes on in the house.
Right. Yeah. You're talking about Jeff. Yeah.
That's the one, Jeffrey.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Jeffrey. Right. That's not a problem. I can talk to him. Okay, thank you for letting me know, Linda. But your father's still on board the boat. Have you let him know that you've come down to see him?
No, I mean, there's no need to. If I'm sure he's busy.
I mean, he's just finishing. I can go and get him. It's not too bad. We've made all of the preparations have been done. We don't have much left to do.
I mean, you don't have. Oh, you're going then.
Right.
Yes.
He steps over. He just steps over. Right, no, Philip, oh, your son's here. He just calls out, and Philip looks over. Me laddie, and he kind of swings over the edge of the boat, lands on the docks, and kind of grabs you in a great big bear hug.
Yes.
It'd be great. You've not come to see me as we've disembarked before. This be one of the first times, if I recall correctly. But I'm not one to look a gift horse in the mouth. I think this is great. How are you, son?
Yes, I'm fine, thank you.
Have you met our guests? Yeah, he kind of points over. We've had a couple of interesting ones this time. We've got this fella Paddock, this big guy Storble. They are hilarious. They've had some of the best running gags that we've ever heard during the journey here. And you've obviously met Adrian and Dristan. You've introduced yourselves to them like a polite gentleman, haven't you, Ilander, Elaine?
No, I haven't.
Oh, well, that's all right. I'll have the honor of doing it myself. Everyone! And you even see a couple of sailors kind of turn to see as well. This is my son, Elaine. He's my pride and joy. Dresden, Storble, Patek, Adrian, Ravik, you all, Ravik isn't here. I'm mistaken you for your nephew again. You're rused. you all look like you know. He kind of punches his shoulder. Uruz does not look happy with that kind of implication.
Racism.
Yeah, that little bit of half-scorn racism there. That's right. This is Elaine, my son. Elaine, is everything all right? Everything okay? Why? What's going on? And kind of looks, what's going on in your life? What's he doesn't know anything about the graduation issues. He doesn't know anything about all these things that have been going on in your life. How is everything? I'm so happy to see you again. It's been a while since I've been in West Point. I'm glad you came to see me.
Yes, I too am glad. And like you can see, it's like a thinly veiled lie.
Yeah,
I'm sure he believes me.
I'm not even going to
No
roll a
one else
perception
does.
check. He kind of looks at you and he's like, right, okay.
Well, my head lecturer committed suicide. That's interesting, isn't it?
What? Your head lecturer?
Yes, we heard news of it. Yeah, we heard news of it the other day.
I'm telling you, son, these academic studies, they'll drive you to depression, they'll drive you to madness. You should come and sail the open sea with your pa. That's what you want to do.
No, it's fine, thank you.
There's nothing like it. Tell him, Tristan, Storble, you've only been with us a little while, but you've experienced the freedom of the open air of the sea.
It was okay, but no taverns.
But we've got grog. Did you not drink any of the grog while you were on the ship?
There was grog?
And Patrick looks like, Storble!
What?
We've been jimmied! There was alcohol on that boat.
The whole time?
We were paying customers. What? Patrick sits down on the ground and is just kind of massaging his temple. I need a tavern. I need a tavern.
It's the worst news I've heard all day.
As this is going on, Elaine, Ilander, the older, dark-skinned monk, steps over. Well, Mr. Philip, Sir Captain, thank you so much for having taken us this far. Would I be able to organise a few things with you personally as thanks for the trip? Elaine, I believe, is the name I've been given for you, though I suspect there's more to that, and kind of winks at you a little bit. So I believe you had an important discussion to have with our other friend over here, so I think it would be best if I alleviate you. And he kind of says this in front of Philip, but Philip doesn't seem to notice him saying these things in such a veiled way that seem to be insulting him, but also just kind of removing him from your hair. It's kind of, there's not a problem. And I'm just going to tell you now, I heard only the glimpse of your current situation, and I will recommend that the other compatriots here will be more help than you necessarily give them credit for immediately. And he flips a coin, and he catches it and holds it in his hand. Well, would you look at that? He puts it away, and he turns to walk with Philip for a moment.
Not with the coin again.
What is his problem?
This flurry of monk has just appeared, fixed your problem, and left you with additional people whom he has said is useful in whatever it is you've come to talk to Yeruz about.
These people are useful. Whoa. No.
Yes, well, that remains to be seen, does it not?
I don't want to speak out of turn, Ilindur. He kind of makes sure your dad's kind of out of range before calling you Ilindur.
Yes.
All right. I'm happy to go.
Thank you for using my proper name. That's much appreciated.
Of course, it's not a problem, Ilindur. I understand that if things are a little bit complicated, we can organize things. But I would recommend the two that want the tavern. They're a good distraction if you're looking for an interaction that goes a little bit under the radar. And this Dristan, he's doesn't look like much, I'll give you that, but he's handier than you might expect. And with that, Yeruz kind of, I'll be with you this evening. I'll talk to Jeffrey, and he heads off to interact with Adrian and Philip.
I kind of walk over to like Storble and I'm just looking up at him like, so what do you do, amigo?
Hello. I tell stories.
Ah, I see. I love
He knows
stories.
all the stories. He knows all the. He's great. He's not got the greatest mind for maths and the Agavon language and other things that require school book learning stuff. But he knows all the stories. He's great at coming up with stories, remembering stories. He's got so much of it going on there. Storable, well, what kind of stories do you want to hear, Mr. What was your name?
My name was Zaro.
Zaro.
Yes.
Zaro. I'm so sorry. Zaro was your name. Right. What kind of stories do you like hearing, Zaro?
Stories about fish.
Stories about fish. We have the best stories about fish. I tell you what, Storable.
I start walking home.
You tell him about that time. About the time. That's the one. About the time that Amarthin fella turned into a fish. That's the one. Ilindur, roll a perception check.
Natural 1.
You absolutely know that name. You absolutely know what that name means. And you are... The fact that they've used that name has stopped you dead in your tracks as you're about 10 feet away. Right, Storable, we got
I've
great
clocked it as
stories.
well, no? Because of...
Zara, you're already there. You've clocked it, but Ilindur has stopped as well. You've absolutely clocked it, Zara.
Yeah.
Storable, you tell him. While you're telling them, remember the turning into the fish part. You forget that sometimes. And he kind of looks over at Dristan. He's like, no, you're not going to be helpful for this. He kind of pulls around. It's like, he kind of looks. Do you play a lute, monk?
I could try.
You could try. Right, I'm not having you break my lute, okay? And he pulls out a lute there. And while you're just standing there at the docks, he begins to strum a couple of chords. Storble,
Yes.
what story do you tell about a Marthin turning into a fish?
I'll just stare at Patrick. Patrick, I don't remember this story.
It's all right. Make it up a little bit. Make it up. You can. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. Just make it
Okay,
up. Just make it
I could do this.
Okay. Right.
Not the one about the bats, no.
No. We don't want bats. No. This is meant to be quite an exciting one. Okay, Storble. We want good story. With a little bit of adventure. Right.
Oh yes.
Woo! Yeah!
Tristan being your hype man in the background.
There was a man called a Muffin. He was an amazing man.
He was an elf, Storble.
Elf, okay. He was an elf. Amazing elf.
This is an old story.
Oh yes, that's one. He lived a long time ago, not in a galaxy far, far away.
No.
Yeah.
Okay. He found this amazing staff. Fishing rod, not staff.
It's like a staff, but it has a rope on the end.
Ah, for fish. Yes, this is where the fish hook comes in. Yes. And as he was fishing one day, a mermaid come out of the water and turned him into a fish.
Right. What happened next?
I'll get to that bit. He fell in the water because obviously fish live in the water. Yes. He found another staff, but the staff this time, not a fishing rod.
A staff. Okay. Right.
Yeah. And you'll never guess what it did.
What did he
Turned
do?
him into a bigger fish. He was a shark, and he ate the mermaid, and he regained his power to turn into not a human, an elf.
Not a human, an elf.
Elf, yes, elf, yes.
Storble, he's underwater. He can't turn into a human underwater. He has to go up.
But he floated. He actually, he was a shark, and he jumped out of the water, turned into an elf, not a human, and that's the end of the story.
Bravo! And as the story, like, you were enraptured. Illinder, roll a divine law check. Intelligence divine law.
I rolled an 18, but I get advantage on these, so I rolled a 5 the second time.
You were so enraptured in that story. You don't care if it was true or not. You don't care. You know about Amarthin. This probably never happened. You know Amarthin's story, but you were so... Roll a charisma check, please, Storble, as well. This is a charisma performance. You have advantage, I believe.
It's a 5.
Brilliant.
Okay. So as you were enraptured, you kind of... Everything stopped for a moment. You can now hear the gulls and the docks again. And you felt a twinge, similar to when you call upon power. Something in that story touched something deep inside of you that you have only felt, for example, when you were healing tech that you called upon. Otherwise, Zara, that was a lovely story. It was a really good story, you think. And Jasp, your Fey Hound, is looking deep into the eyes of Storble. Bright, green, iridescent eyes.
Intriguing, amigo. Intriguing. That was fascinating. Hey.
How do you know that name?
It's a name that Storble. You told me that name once. I'm pretty sure it's a name.
Yes, from stories. Yes.
From stories, right? The stories. We tell
stories
stories
that I remember. I don't make up.
No, right, exactly. Wait. No, those are dreams. The stories that you... No. The stories are what we tell when you're awake. If you wake up, that's a dream. We've spoken about this.
I'm lost.
No, the ones when you're asleep, Storble. Night time.
Yes.
Those ones are dreams. You heard this name in a dream, not a story.
Maybe.
Oh, right. Oh, okay then. Fine. And he takes off a little piece of cloth. He kind of holds it up to you, Illinder and Zaro.
Yes,
and
this is free.
Any sailors kind of walking by. On a 5, someone actually puts a shilling in his kind of little coin of silver. He's like, we're gonna drink, Storble. We're gonna drink all the money this silver can get. It's just one silver coin in this rag that he's holding out.
I admire the work. I put in 4 florins.
4 florins. Storble, we're gonna drink for the next 4 days.
How much is that?
It's maybe, actually, knowing us, it's probably the next 4 hours. 4 hours of uninterrupted drinking, Storble.
This is amazing.
It's amazing, right. We just need a tavern to go with it.
I have a proposition. So, if you let me perform a small ritual on your friend Storble, it will not affect him, will not hurt him, will do nothing to him. but will hopefully help me with knowledge. And then you can drink at my parents' house.
This sounds like a transaction, Storble. So you're gonna hold on, Mr. Elaine was what your father told us you were called.
I think it was
Yes.
But so if you perform some hoo-ha on my friend,
Yes.
you'll let us drink at your place.
Yes.
And the captain who has the boat full of grog is your father.
Yes.
Storble.
Great.
Storble. We've done it. We've done it. All right. I do whatever you want. Do whatever you want to him. Don't kill him. He needs to be able to drink. All right. He needs to be. Storble, don't worry. We're gonna let you keep drinking. That's not a problem.
Can I drink during?
Probably we have no drink right now. He kind of takes out a
Yes.
little flask and it's empty. His hip flask is empty. It's like we got nothing.
You've
But we
just
can-
got to stand in the middle and I draw a
Right.
6-pointed star. Yes.
Right.
6-pointed star around you. Don't worry. And
Oh.
then I have to have access to your head.
So hang on. Would this not be easier? Not where there's a public thoroughfare.
Yes.
Maybe in a
you may
tavern.
come back to
Maybe
my
in a tavern. A tavern would be a great place to have this conversation. No,
No,
your
what tavern
house.
in
You
the
got
tavern?
grog. You got beer. You got
Yes.
ale. You got whiskey. You got gin.
Yes.
He's got the good stuff. He's got the good stuff. Do you have any? Do you have any of that elven stuff?
Do we?
You know, in like a sealed cabinet, there's like one vial, like a small bottle that's been in your family's possession for about 1,000 years. That's just more an heirloom than an actual drink, but it is elven. You've been told, so it's probably still good. It's probably amazing.
No, we don't.
All right, well, it's okay. It's okay. Whiskey's fine. Grog,
Yes.
ale, beer, gin, all of these
Yeah.
stuff.
My
Fine.
father drinks all that foul concoctions. Yes.
Brilliant. Your father is a man after my own heart. Storble, we are going to go with this gentleman. We're going to drink our lives away, and then we're going to find the circus.
Yes. Have you got time for circus?
It doesn't matter, Storble.
We
We
can't be
go to
late.
the circus for drink. But if
That's
we've
okay.
already got the drink, why do we need to go to the circus?
I enjoy the circus.
Right. But remember, ale, then adventure.
I-
It's
Okay.
alphabetical, but the other way round. It doesn't matter. You don't need to know how the letters work. It kind of turns around. Tristan, roll a perception check.
Natural 2.
Absolute. You kind of, you don't hear these in your head, but you watch everything that's just happened, and you just hear the essence. Absolute chaos. Just in your mind as you watch what just occurred, and you kind of feel it. And as you kind of turn, Adrian looks directly into you. He's having a conversation at the other end of the dock. He turns to look at you, and just winks once at you, and turns back to his conversation. Right, we're following this fine gentleman back to his establishment for drinks and drinks.
Aye.
That's
Drinks and-
drinks and drinks. Right, Tristan, you don't drink much, but I'm sure you're welcome. He's with us. He's actually a drinking partner of ours. It's Patrick and Stobel and the other guy.
Yes. It bothers me not.
Bothers me not, so it doesn't bother. Don't worry, Stobel. This man speaks funny, but if he provides the grog, I'm not going to argue with his.
Keep quiet as you enter the establishment.
Quiet? Why, that's not a problem at all.
We can do that.
And we'll be going downstairs to the cellar, where
That's where they keep
the
wine.
alcohol. Yes, exactly. The alcohol is right there for you, right for the you can start straight away. So can your friend Storble. Like I said, I just need access to his head.
Fine. There's not much to find in there, to be honest. But if it helps you and gives us alcohol, we're not going to argue. And they begin walking with you.
I'm laughing. Ilinda is definitely not.
No, Illinger is got a face of thunder at this point. Tristan, what are you
I'm
thinking?
more intrigued. I'm very interested by this. Sorry.
What Tristan's thinking is this coin. It's all he's heard for the past few days. Is just a coin in the back of his head. It's just he's fed up with it.
And you are aware that Adrian flicked the coin and caught it.
Yeah.
Yeah. As you begin,
I need a drink.
No. Sorry,
Yes.
I hope I'm not
So,
interrupting.
as you begin transitioning, heading back, we smash cut to Ravik, sitting in the basement with Tech, who's fine. She's just kind of in that state of not fully with it yet, but she'll probably be back to it in a day or two. Ravik, you got something on your mind?
I do. What happened? I did something back there, Ted, that I've never done before.
What happened? You might have noticed, but I wasn't exactly with it for much of it.
I know. It's like when I saw you on the floor. Your eyes were closed. You had a bolt sticking out of you. The anger that came over me, it was overwhelming. Never felt anything like it before. It was like all I could see was Temlin. And Temlin alone. I changed. Somehow, something within me changed.
Tell me, Ravik, what changed? It's all right. It's me. What happened, Ravik? It's playing on your mind, obviously.
I felt it. My mind felt different. It was like the rage made me feel feral. But it wasn't just inside. I changed physically.
Right. I don't know what to say, Ravik. Are you okay?
I feel fine. Well, at least I feel like myself again. But I don't know. I don't know what to think of any of this.
Well, if it's any help, I'm very appreciative of what you all did. I'm pretty sure I'm only alive because of it. And regardless of what happened with Temlin, as far as I'm concerned, you're the good guys. It's us. Come on. You've survived this long. A few more days, one more graduation. You, me, Illander. Head down, fresh start, new city.
Yeah.
He might even go on his father's ship. I can only imagine seeing him cooped up with the old man for 48 entire hours.
That would be a sight.
That would be. Oh, and she laughs and winces just a little bit, but she laughs.
Tech, enough about... How are you feeling?
I think Illander did a lot of the heavy lifting. I don't have any physical injuries on the surface, and looks like everything's okay, but this tonic I'm taking to prevent infection does leave me with an upset tummy, shall we say. But I'll be fine. I'm okay. Surprisingly, it could have been a lot worse, I fear.
Want me to fetch you anything? Any food, any drink? Anything
I
to
don't
help you
think-
with your stomach?
I don't think you'd be able to, even if I appreciate the offer, but without Illinder here, you know we're just going to end up walking straight into his mother. You're not as much as I appreciate your presence, Ravik. You're not exactly the smallest and the tippy-toeiest, are you?
You'd be surprised, Tech. I can
I'm
be
sure I would.
subtle when I need to be.
It'll be fine for the moment. He kind of reaches down. She's got a pitcher of water on the ground, and she's reaching for it and struggling to reach it just a little bit, like it's been put just out of arm's reach.
I grab it for her.
That's fine. And she kind of takes it. She kind of hangs and drinks a little bit from it. So as you spend this time, she sleeps mainly, but not necessarily because she's mortally wounded, just because she's tired and can't really do much else at the minute, just while her body mends itself. So you're left mostly alone in Illinder's basement, and it is a wine cellar, is kind of the situation you're looking at. It's adjacent to a little bit of a kitchenette area. There is food down here. There are things down here that you can kind of grab to eat a little bit. Of course, much of it is prepared before being taken upstairs to be served to anyone. There's surprisingly little meat. It seems to be that the family prefer, not entirely. You suspect Philip has something to do with this. There is a little bit of ham, salted meat, but it's primarily vegetables, fruits, even cheeses, but primarily vegetation that is eaten in this household.
I go and I gather bits here and there, and maybe if I can find a bowl or a plate or something, I'd bring it over and set it beside Tech as well.
Cool. So is it one each? You take one, put one beside her, or
no, just one.
just take one?
Yeah.
And as this is happening, you hear subtly something come under the door.
I motion for Tech to stay where she is.
She's fine. She's semi-conscious, kind of sleeping at this point. You're the only one awake. You're the only one to hear this.
I tentatively and slowly head over to the door and take a look at what just came through.
Single piece of parchment is lying on the ground.
Pick it up.
You see that it says truce. There's much to explain. Come back to the cask. Tennyson.
I think for a moment and I go back to Tech and sit beside her again.
Okay. And as you're kind of looking at it, looking for a time, looking for something, that's all it says. Truce. There's much to explain. Come back to the cask. Tennyson.
I show it to Tech.
She looks at it and... But he took the letter. How does he know we're here? How does he know does he think we've... Oh no. If he knows, who else knows we're here?
Well, I don't know, Tech. He was our bartender.
I'm surprised he knows how to write.
Well, exactly. I thought he was even our friend.
Do you think it's true? There's a lot to explain. Do you think we've misunderstood something?
Maybe he's got mixed up in something and he's out of his depth and he wants our help.
Maybe. I mean, we still don't know why he was talking to the Dean.
Exactly. Look, I lived on the streets for a long time, in the wards. I know what it's like. to get caught up in things that, that are unsavory. This man, he's only been good to us. We need to talk to him and find out what's really going on.
Right, well, and she kind of immediately moves to stand. Right, well, in that case, we're going to have to... We should move if we're going to get there and back before the others. And she grabs like a cloak on the end of the bed and she kind of begins standing.
You've barely had any rest.
You'd stuck here for a day, Ravik. I've got to... Yeah, you're right. You're right. I can't argue with you.
Could be dangerous.
Yeah, well, I'll be prepared this time. And she kind of pulls back her cloak to reveal several concoctions and potions that she took from the alchemy area of the academy. As this is going on, and you've got the letter, you've been there for a while, you're just talking to Tech, you hear the sound of rustling and movement at this sub-entrance. And you hear the voice of Illinder shushing what sounds like several other individuals as they make their entrance. You're muted there, Illinder. You're still muted there, Illinder. That's how it sounds. It's kind of... Shh. Right, quiet. Storable? Quiet.
And
You hear
like,
Tristan? You gotta be quiet, Tristan.
Where's Tristan?
I hear loud and clear, buddy.
Alright, great. Okay, we're all here. Wait. Zaro, Mika, Storable, Tristan, me, Illinder, and
at
someone
this point,
else.
I've opened the door and I'm just waiting for him to walk through.
Oh, we're all... Oh, you're waiting for me. Oh. He kind of... Right, okay. And he walks in behind everyone else who have long since entered. Thank you for holding the door. No. Kind of looks around, kind of rubbing his hands together. He looks and he turns, as the rest of you have seen, Ravik and Tech sitting there. Oh.
When they came in, I stood up and I'm like standing between the door and Tech.
Oh. You look like the other guy. Dorval, doesn't he look like the other guy?
Who are these people?
Are they the bartenders?
He might be a bartender.
I'll have some grog, please.
Ravik,
Silencio.
get them
Sit
a
down.
drink.
What? Who are these people? And why did you bring them here?
It's a complicated story. I don't know.
I need to peer into the big man's head.
It's me.
And I promise the little man drink as compensation.
A lot of drink. And he kind of walks over and there are kind of small kegs and there's this one vat of wine in the corner. It's kind of... It's got a skin.
Yes, yeah. Just as long as you
Nuts.
don't take the higher bottles of wine.
There are higher bottles of wine. There are bottles.
Yes.
And you
up
see,
there.
he's actually picked up a bucket and is moving the bucket over to the spigot. And as soon as you say bottles of wine, he's like, oh, and he starts looking.
Well, you know what they say: wine before beer, you'll feel funny. Beer before wine, and you'll feel fine. So start on the vat and then move on.
That's not how the saying goes. The saying goes, alcohol, 4 a.m. alcohol circus. Right, Storble?
Oh, that sounds good to me, yes.
Right. He
Yeah.
kind of walks over and he finds the beer kegs. He's like, all right, and kind of lies back under one.
I don't like him. I don't like this one.
He's very uncouth. I don't like him either.
Storble, I got beer!
Look at him.
Disgusting, the little one. The big one seems like less trouble though. Storble, can you sit down in the centre?
Yes.
I'll get you a bottle, and I'll pull out a bottle and give it to him.
I just grab it, start chugging it. Do what you want.
And then I start like drawing a long 6-pointed star, like so it's like long ways, and then smaller, and then you've got the cross pattern a bit
Sure.
around him, and then I, as everyone else is just doing this chaos, I just put my hands on his head, and I use my prophesying ability. Oh,
Yep. Use your prophesying
point it
ability. Yeah. No. It's okay. It's okay. The connection died. Storble is alive. That's fine. Because this is a divine ability, your DDM increases by 1, but you do not roll a check. You have used a divine ability, so knock down your divine pool by 1 and roll a D3, please.
right. So that's a 4, which comes at 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
You are able to...
And I'm trying to concentrate on the idea of a Martin, because he said that he's seen him before in a dream. And so I don't know, I can't even remember, I haven't even got it in front of me because I haven't got my phone. But I don't know what it does. I can't remember whether it's a memory or a thought or a...
So you rolled a memory.
Oh!
So you rolled a memory. And
I'm focusing on a Martin.
as you focus in on Storble, you try to focus in on a Martin, and suddenly your head is full of information that it seems Storble has forgotten, repressed, not used. It seems there's a lot going on behind. And you look deeper into the mind of Storble, and with a memory, there is a brilliant and powerful flash. It's almost painful looking at this, and you are pulled back in time. This is one of Storble's earliest memories, and you see a citadel, a castle on a cliff, and you see the jogging motion of someone being carried as the person carrying them is fleeing this citadel, this castle on a cliff. As all this is going on, you can see, using this ability, you can see that the castle, there seems to be smoke coming from it. You can't see visible damage, but you can see smoke rising from the area, and you can hear the sound. You're hearing the sound of, it's like the sound of combat through a child's ears. You don't know what you're hearing, but it sounds big, it sounds scary, it sounds present. It's not good. And as you are fleeing this area, your mind kind of switches and moves away from this powerful memory, and you are lying on your back, and you are looking at the stars, you're looking at the veil, you're looking at the sky above, which is the source of power for those who can channel it. And you can see 3 figures talking in starlight. It's like the stars are glittering in and out of existence to show 3 figures interacting. And 2 of them are smaller, one of them is larger. One of the smaller figures, it's hard to see because it's like a 2D image of stars. It seems to be showing great interest in you. And the others are interacting in some way. You can't tell when this is. This is sometime in the past. This is different to the first memory. And you can see one of the shorter ones kind of spreads what should be its arms, but instead of arms, you see wings. And everything seems to kind of blend together a little bit, and it's like this 2D image of this winged figure leans closer, prying and observing you. And you can see the other 2 are kind of, they've moved off to one side each, and you can see this. You look at the sight around you, you see Patuk surrounded by injured thugs, creatures, something. You're not sure what they are, but they are dead, and Patuk is not. And as you look back up at this stellar system, everything goes black. Ravik, Storble, Tristan, Zaro. Ilindor responds, shakes, fluctuates as he interacts with Storble's head, and then falls to the ground asleep. Whatever's just happened is taxing.
I looked to Storble. Amigo, are you okay?
Storble, you are unaware of what's happened. You've been drinking. Everything seems fine.
This is some good wine.
See.
Sorry, what was that last one that I saw?
You saw Patek,
Yeah.
and he was surrounded by dead creatures, and Patek was alive.
What was the surrounding like?
It blurry. You weren't able to make it out.
Okay.
It was
What
more
about
than.
the creep?
It was
Was it
more
human?
than. Again, you don't know. All that you know, this was kind of a residual memory that linked things together.
In the years I've known Elendor, have I ever seen him do this before?
You would have seen him try this on certain things. You've probably received it once or twice to a degree, but nothing like this. You saw his reactions were much stronger, and him falling back into a pseudo comatose state is a much stronger reaction than you would be aware of generally. Tristan, you've just watched Elendor fall to the ground. Absolute chaos.
What?
Yeah, I'm just off in the corner, just getting a drink.
Okay, fine. All right.
I'll go over to Elendor.
Very.
I'll check him and see if he's okay. First of all.
He's alive. He's breathing. He seems to be okay. He seems to be asleep.
Okay.
He seems to be dreaming. His eyes are moving behind his eyelids.
I'll pick him up and I'll lay him against a barrel or something, so he's not just in the middle of the floor.
Fine.
And then I'll sit back by Tech and just observe what is going on with all these people who've just barged into the cellar.
The keg taps empty. You kind of see the halfling figure on the floor. Right, this one's done. Oh, and that was great. He kind of belches. Right, that was great. I might even need to sit down for a whole 30 seconds before doing that again. He kind of looks at you, Ravik, and kind of looks, even though you're sitting down, he looks up at you. Oh, you are quite large, sir. I applaud you. You, the sleepy one, he mentioned bottles.
Well, little one, I think you've had your fill for the time being.
Right, okay. And he goes and gets another keg.
I'll hold my hand up and say, I think you've had your fill, little one.
Looks up at you. The sleepy one promised us as much drink as we wanted.
Yes. And that's all you want.
Storable! Is that all I want? I thought I wanted more.
You can drink lots more.
I think I could drink a little bit more. I think I could drink a lot more.
Who is this man?
I don't know.
Why is he? He's so mean.
He didn't promise us the drink. This isn't the man who promised us the... Right, well, if you're going to try and stop us, I'm going to wake up the sleepy one, and he'll tell you what's what. And he starts walking over to Elendor, and he kind of grabs his shoulder. Oi, sleepy one. Elaine. And just vigorously starts shaking your shoulders, Elendor, and you jerk to consciousness. Your friend's stopping us from having more drink. That wasn't part of the deal.
Well, he's already drunk a whole barrel. Now let him be.
It was a keg. It wasn't hardly a barrel. It was
Give him a
small.
bottle of the mead.
It's about the size of you, little one.
I'm not sure how much I like this one. Listen, you got your thing. You did the thing with Storable. You did whatever you wanted to do. We would like to finish our drinks.
Give him a bottle of the lower wine.
You heard him. He said bottle. I didn't hear the middle word, but it was bottle and wine.
I heard bottles.
That's how... He might not be the sharpest, but he's very good at hearing things. Bottles.
I just shake my head. I just Ignore him.
I'm just sitting in the corner with
Let him
Jess,
be.
like, whatever.
Storble,
Yes.
do you ever look up at the stars?
I guess so.
Lie on
Sometimes.
your back, look at the stars, and feel like they may be taking an interest in you.
I don't know what you mean. I like campfires. I like staring into the fire. And while Patrick plays his lute. It's quite mesmerizing.
That's true, he's not lying. You hear from halfway down another bottle.
Yes, okay. Do you remember much about your past?
Past?
Where did you come from, Storble?
I'm from West Point apparently. But we moved around when I was young. Me and Mum. And then I joined the circus.
Do I?
You can roll a perception check.
Yeah.
If you want. Yeah.
Natural 1.
There's nothing about his body language that indicates lying, and
No.
do you buy
I
this?
mean,
Did you say?
No. I was thinking there's West Points look a bit like the city that I saw
No,
smoke coming out of.
no, nothing alike. What you saw was an individual castle come citadel. West Point is a city.
Oh, okay. Yes, I don't think you're from West Point.
That's what Mum said. Mum doesn't lie.
Where is your mother?
She's in a village. I left to join the circus.
No, we've not been there in ages, Storble.
We should go back. I miss her a
Probably.
bit.
Didn't you promise you'd visit her once a year or something?
How long has it been, Patrick?
I don't know.
A few years?
5, 10, some years. It's been some years.
Yes, definitely some years.
Right. More than 5. Because I can count to 5 on a hand. And I think I'm at that point where I need 2 hands to start counting now.
I'm impressed.
Hey.
Interesting. Oh well. Anyway, took a lot out of me. Yes, well, I think I'm going to. What time of day is it?
So you kind of went morning, midday, got back, a few things, early afternoon. It's about 2 p.m. Maybe pushing 2:30.
Anyway, Ravik, your uncle said that you'd be visiting tonight. Urusa.
Thank you. I appreciate you sorting that out for me.
Yes, I probably should have said something before I went off and did my prophecy thing.
What did you see?
And I sort of like a gesture to come over to another corner, where the opposite corner of where these guys are sort of draining bottles of alcohol. And I say, there's something interesting about the big guy. So, you probably know this, that a great deal of my study goes into the stars, and how I feel like they're there a gateway to the divine? And anyway, it's hard to explain, but I saw things through his eyes as he remembered, as not even he remembers them, as locked away nuggets of truth hidden within his mind. His dull mind. Essentially, well, this is what I said about it. He escapes from some kind of can't explain it. Citadel. What? White? Was it white?
You didn't see. You saw more of a silhouette, and you saw smoke coming out of it. It was in less of it being full memories, full color HD. It was kind of like shadowy, blurry snippets of a life.
Cool. I saw how he met this one. The small halfling. Apparently, this Paddock is a dangerous fellow. He was surrounded by dead creatures. But more specifically, I saw through his eyes him lying on his back, and the stars. 3 figures, 2 smaller, 1 larger. One of the smaller had wings. What kind of wings? Sorry.
Avian of some variety.
Not like long and pillowy or...
It was hard to make out. It was more that you were expecting arms and got wings. They were bird, not bat, is what you would say.
Yeah. This one of the smaller beings with bird wings. Question.
Yep.
Do I think that 3 figures, 2 smaller, 1 with bird wings, will strike any kind of accord with anything that I've ever read?
Yes, and the problem is almost too much. So the ideas of figures in the stars is basically how most of the religions on the SilverWind coast work. Figures in the stars is kind of common. 3 is interesting, but 3 is also common. It doesn't narrow it down directly. Bird wings is interesting, but again, it's a little bit generic without more information. One way you believe, however, roll an intelligence check, flat intelligence.
Natural 3. Flipping it, I'm rolling well.
That's pretty good. You know that the primary textbook that the college, the academy uses to research things like this is stored in the heart flame wing of the Citadel, which is not locked off, but it's restricted unless you have specific authorization to look upon the tomes. Generally, only the dean or the senators or high-ranking personnel would be allowed in this wing, but the heart flame wing of the Citadel would probably house documents. And you know that you'll all be at the Citadel in just 2 more days for the graduation ceremony. So it's not tomorrow, it's the day after, which is the first day of the first month of winter.
I need to do research. Research that can possibly be acquired on graduation. I'll have a word.
All of that came from that one's mind?
Yeah. Yes, you wouldn't. When I asked him about it, I didn't see any lines. He genuinely doesn't seem to remember these things happening to him. Seems like that one is touched by God. Or a being of great power.
Really?
I know, it seems laughable, doesn't it?
And you're sure you don't remember anything from your years of study that matches what you saw?
A bit too much, if you get my meaning. I mean, the number 3 is a large. It's a large category within the divine, but so many different things play around that number 3. It's very generic almost. And as for bird wings, I mean, angels. You've heard all the stories. It's just such a. I'd need more information, specific information, and well, let's face it, I've put all my concentration on making sure that I graduate with my dissertation. It was all directed towards that. I haven't branched out in quite a while.
Okay, well, and you think you'll be able to research this before your graduation? And despite the fact that, well, your dean jumped out of a window recently.
Yes, it's very tragic. We're all taking it very hard.
You hear kind of a voice coming from the. I know you've stepped away to one side, but Tech kind of calls you over. Voice, what's going on here? You look deeply enwrapped in this. Is there something that I can help with?
I don't think so, unless you know about any 3 figures. 2 smaller, 1 larger, 1 having angel wings for arms.
As you say that to the room, Zaro, Storble, and Dristan, please roll intelligence general law checks. Or divine law, actually, even.
Natural 2.
That one.
How are we doing this, Storble? 10. Okay. Storble, you're hearing these stories and thinking, sounds familiar somehow.
Came from your head.
Zaro, you've definitely heard these stories. They sound very reminiscent of Enclave, Foundling, something, right early days. On a natural 1, Dristan, it's not that you are immediately aware of who these figures are or what they represent, but a few dots that weren't connected seem to string themselves together in your mind. And because you have just got this image in your mind of this clenched fist around a coin and this understanding of chaos, and you've just been thinking laterally in this way. Ilindur's mentioned a book. You heard something about a book in the Heartflame Wing. You heard something about graduation. You know that you're going to see Genevieve. And you know that something else, you don't know what else is going on, but they've mentioned something about a suicide jumping out a window, and there's something else going on that you're not necessarily aware of. And almost immediately you clock in your mind that because all these things are linked, all these things must be working to balance each other, which means that whatever's going on in the Citadel, if we are on this side of things, working with this information one way, something must be equally working the other way, and you get a sudden snap as you remember Adrian looking mournfully at the city, and all you can think is the graduation, the Citadel, the circus. You've all been drawn here. You're all here. Whatever's going to happen, however balance must be maintained, the Citadel, Genevieve, the book. That's your path. And this all kind of hits you suddenly as like a reminiscence of your master's training. Absolute chaos you hear in your mind.
And,
Yeah, it sounds familiar. Yeah, I had some stories, amigo. Yeah, a few things, but can't make it out what.
so yeah, random question. Where's the Citadel?
Hey,
Where's the citadel?
In the city.
It's northeast of here. The woman that they've called Tech kind of says to you. It's to the northeast. It's a large central keep in West Point. Why?
Is that where the graduation's happening?
Aye.
Yes.
Well, I have a feeling that something bigger than something bigger than the graduation is going to happen there.
It's probably a mistaken. There's not every day that scholars such as myself graduates.
Do you speak the name, Dristan? Do you say the name that you've clocked out loud?
No, not really.
You don't say the name. Okay. Okay.
Alright,
the graduation, it's a couple of days away. It's in the Citadel. Why are you asking there, Monk?
Well, I'm thinking of maybe going. Is it an open event?
Not exactly, kind of. You need to be an alumnus or a graduate or a member of the nobility or a special guest. I mean, if someone specific has invited you, you're probably getting in.
So what if you have a +1? Or anybody have a +1?
Why would you want to come to the graduation anyway? Who even are you?
What's your intention, amigo?
Sorry, kind of phased by your accent.
You hear the words absolute chaos circling in your mind.
Well, I'm new to the city, and I thought maybe I could check it out.
I've heard that before.
I just laugh. Amigo, I've already used that one.
Isn't that what you tried, Zaro? Just wandering around, trying out the city. You might want to tell him how well it went. Listen, it's nice of you to be here, Monk. But honestly, we can't get you in. Did you not bring anyone else? Is there not a reason you're in the city?
Well, I came here with my master, Master Jared. I'm not sure if you've heard of him, but he's on a, well, I think he came here to go to the Citadel for either Miss or Mrs. Galgrim.
Okay.
Galgrim?
It seems like this was meant to be.
Genevieve?
Yes, that's her name.
You need to see her as well? Oof.
Everyone in this room wishes to see Mistress Galgrim.
You hear a voice, a much more drunken voice from the floor. Go on, Storble. Before you hear the voice, what were you saying, Storble?
I was just about to say, I've heard that name before.
Yeah, it's our patron. She's the one paying us the
that's the
money.
one.
She's the one paying us the money to play.
I must have found biscuits down here.
Oh,
Magic.
man. Do you know what? Do you know what I could go for? That's a lot of beer. He's just finishing up his third keg. That's a lot of beer. These guys don't know much about halflings, obviously, because they would have prepared a spread. Mr. kind of looks at you. I'm gonna call you Al. Food. Sorry, I got the inflection wrong. Food?
Yes. Give me a minute.
Storm! Food! And he falls back to the ground in like a semi-drunk stupor of happiness.
We go up and talk to Jeffrey about providing some food.
Yes, master. We'll prepare. We'll get. I'm guessing this is something off the book, something slightly more extravagant. I'll rush to the market myself and see what cuts they've still got available.
There's no need for anything extravagant. The man will eat no matter what.
No, I wasn't going to spend more than a florin or two. It's only minor expenses.
But it's very much quantity over quality.
Oh.
If you can get more bad, the better.
Oh. Well, that goes against everything that I was taught, but I suspect.
Well, yes, of course.
Try.
If you were ever to feed us that filth.
Oh, I wouldn't dream
Mother
of it.
would. Yes, I know. But the small being that's downstairs, you know, the loud, obnoxious one.
Yes, the one that we've been keeping your mother away from.
Yes. Well, you've been keeping them away from all of them.
That's true. I suppose that's true. Yes.
But yes, the small, obnoxious one. He wishes food. So
I do have a question, sir.
Yes.
There is a member missing from your party, no? The gentleman who was at the door earlier. He left a note, but he left before I was able. I do apologize, sir. I rushed to the door as quickly as I could, but he came, left a note of some kind, and promptly fled.
Did he leave a name?
I did not even speak to him, sir. I glanced him out a window, began coming to the door, and by the time I arrived, he was already gone.
What did you do with this note?
I did not receive it, sir. I believe it was pushed through the door to your other guests, the educated ones.
Well, I mean, educated is a broad sense of the term.
Indeed, I do not mean polite. I mean academically instructed might be a more generic term for what it is they've received. They have received academic instruction. I will not tarry, sir. I will get those cuts before they stop selling them and before they feed them to the dogs, preferably, but...
Good. Well done.
It doesn't matter too much. And he moves quickly into the city to gather these things.
As I sort of open the door to this chaos of these 6 people, just sort of, 2 of them are just going mental.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Ravik, Jeffrey informed me there was a note pushed under the door and some person ran off before he was able to find him.
Yes.
May I inquire what?
Well, it only really concerns yourself, myself, Tech, and I suppose Zara.
Good.
It's business that we can attend to after I've spoken. Well, no.
Ravik. The others, they're all here to see the Galgrims as well, and whatever Tennyson was involved in, it's linked to her.
Yes, well, it's probably best that we keep it in-house at the moment. Storval, Dresden, the other small one, little man.
Right, that's me, I suppose.
The food is on its way, eminently. The servant has just been out to get you lots and lots of food.
Storble, they've got servants delivering food. This is better than a tavern.
Wow. So,
And perhaps when they are feasting, we can attend to this business.
well, we can go now, surely. I mean, he's drinking wine.
Well, exactly, that's what I mean.
Alright, if the little man can't reach it with his hands, don't take the bottle, alright? Anything under the little man's reach is fair game. Anything above, it's far too good for you to enjoy. And then I sort of turn around and start walking out.
Right. He kind of looks. Storable, I'm sorry. I wasn't listening to anything he said. What did he say?
He was talking? Who was talking?
Oh, right. Did he say we could drink?
I think so. He's
Right.
not stopping us.
You're a tall man. You can reach up high, right?
Yes, I can get the top stuff.
Right. Well, that's generally where they keep it.
Oh,
Do you know what?
do you want?
Do you know what? Do you know what? To be some right good crack, a real laugh. Do you know what'd be great?
Yeah, go on.
I bet they keep the best stuff up the stairs.
Let's have a quick peek.
I feel like there's danger involved. It's like an adventure story.
Oh, you said adventure after alcohol. It's all working out.
Ale and adventure. Just to clarify, Dristan, are you left behind as well?
Yeah, sure.
Right, Ravik and that haven't left yet. So
Oh, sorry. Sorry, you cut out a little bit for me. So, Illander left. Okay, sorry, I lost a little bit in the connection there.
I'm going to go to Ted. I'm going to say, Ted, it would be best if you were with us for this. If I support you, do you think you could manage?
I think so. She kind of pauses a while. I think I could. She stands stable after a longer day's rest. It's about 4 p.m. after all this is going on. So you are aware. Oh, yeah, it's about 4 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
And so just to confirm, so Tech, Ravik, Illander, and Zaro are going to be heading out.
Yeah, I'm gonna go last.
Okay, and are you bringing Jask or leaving Jask with the others?
Basically, I'm instructing him to basically guard the door.
He winks at you as he does.
I look to Dristan. Dristan? You're one of the few new ones who hasn't got on my nerves yet, I must admit. And you look somewhat capable. Would you like to join us? Or would you prefer to stay with these three?
We're exactly where you're going again.
Into the city?
Oh,
Okay. Tech
are we?
Tech stays silent. What was that, Zaro? Where are you going?
No, we're going into the sea.
Yes. Zara,
Oh, in that case, I'm bringing Justin.
Where did you think you were going?
Just upstairs to talk.
Oh, okay. Storble, you kind of, as you're kind of talking to Patrick on the ground, you kind of, where are they going, Storble? Actually, it's not this any of my business, but to give us an idea of how long we've got.
I thought you were the one that was listening, and I was the
Where he kind of calls out to Ravik, Tristan, and Zara, those of you that remain. Where exactly are you going?
into the city.
Right, just into the city, Storble. They're just going into the city. Okay.
They're going to a tavern.
Yes.
Are they?
Yes.
Zara,
Without-
did you say yes?
Without us?
Storble, there's food coming here, and there's all the drink. I'm not gonna make it. You gotta leave me behind. I'm not gonna make it.
You weren't coming anyway, little one.
I'm gonna die here in happiness, Storble. Or I'm gonna live to tell the tale. But you gotta do me one thing.
What?
You gotta find a tavern in West Point.
I will do.
Please, do it for me.
And I'll come back for you.
Come back for me when you've
Yes, I
secured a tavern.
Stay safe.
I make no promises. There is a copious amount of alcohol in this room.
Oh, it's going
But
to be so
Storble,
poor after
he
you
kind of-
drink.
He leans at you as well, and he does look. He's like, "Look after yourself. I know you can." And for a moment, he's dead sober. Look after them as well. I think they might need it. Okay.
Tristan could look after me.
And you look after Tristan. Look after the baby monk.
Okay.
He leans back. Just turns on 2 spigots above him. And they're not even going. He's making ale angels. Now that Illinder is out of the way. But Storble has heard that you're going to a tavern and latches on.
Tristan, do you want to go to that tavern with us?
Well, yes. I'm actually kind of a bit more interested in that dog there that Zara has.
Oh, that's a dog.
The orange one? As I think. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, very interesting.
Let's go. Where's that Linda dude?
You can follow us. I've got like Tech arm around my shoulder or whatever.
Yeah,
Supporting her, whatever.
Tech seems to be walking somewhat okay at the moment. She's not too... Yeah. Like, she's taken an injury the other day, but she seems to be... Yeah, she's moving. She's okay. She's moving and shaking.
Ravik.
What actually seems to be wrong with Tech?
She seems to be recovering from some kind of injury. Or sickness or something.
Ravik. Remember, low profile. Maybe you should stick with me. We'll make our way there. And
I'm not leaving Tech's side, Zara. I think we should all stick together.
Okay, amigo.
Are we just leaving Patrick behind?
Oh, he'll be fine. He's in his
I'll be
element.
fine. I'll be fine. I'll be fine.
Oh, I envy that man.
I'll die happy, Storble.
I'll be back.
Don't rush.
Great NPC so far. Absolute legend. Hate him in
So,
character.
As
Out of
this is
character.
going on, then you all kind of leave. You enter properly together for the first time. The scope and the grandeur hitting you. This is the city of West Point. And it's mid-afternoon, about 4 p.m., kind of half 4 at this point. Edging towards the evening, but there's still a little bit of light out. And there's a lot of fires and torches and flames to keep things lit. Ravik, Illinder, and Tech, you know the way only too well to get to the Black Cask with that sigil, that icon of a burnt beer barrel hanging from the front. And before long, you're passing through the streets.
As we go,
Yep.
I want to keep an eye out and see if anyone is purposefully watching us, but specifically me.
Roll a perception check.
More than the normal, like, oh look, there's a big scary dude.
Sure.
Yeah, that's a 16 fail.
Okay. As you wander through the city, people pay attention to you as a half-scorn, one of 2 in the entirety of West Point. But other than that, no one really.
I'm kind of keeping an eye out with Jask. Just like if anyone pays extra attention to us or our party.
Roll a perception check.
It's a success, but it's just a success.
Yeah, again, people turn, they look your way. You're kind of a strange group of people. You've got a half-scorn, this elf, this monk. You know, people look at you. Storble, just for Storble, is very used to this. It's like walking by, being part of the circus. You have attention paid to you, but it's not excessive as far as you can tell.
Okay.
And with that,
Do I see a guard carrying a quiver of arrows?
roll a passive luck check.
Sorry.
So I believe it's 11, your passive luck. So roll a d20, roll under 11.
Oh, I rolled a 10. I was shaking.
Rolled a 10?
Yeah.
Out of the corner of your eye, just as you're approaching the tavern, you're on final approach, you see two guards. They're not holding your quiver, but you recognize them from a couple of days ago. And they're kind of standing on a street corner, joking, laughing. All right, it was funny. You know, do you remember that a couple of days ago? The people trying to sneak weapons into the city. Oh, they're not going to get that past the Legion, are they? Who is the Legion? I! Who is sneaking weapons into the city? You. They're just laughing to themselves a
So
little bit.
they don't have the arrows.
They don't currently have the arrows that you can see, no.
Okay, I'll just carry on.
I was about to say, don't do it. It's not a good idea.
Okay. With that, with a little bit, with moving just a little bit further, you are able to get to, as I said, the Black Cask. You know where it is. It's not an issue. How are you just walking straight in? How are you approaching this?
Amigo, why are we back here again? Ravik.
Well, speak with Tennis.
He's here. Oh, I can't
You know what, Sarah? I think it would be best if you, in particular, maybe if you waited either... No. If you wait round the back. Just because, you know, it might not be the best idea for you to walk through the door with us again.
Oh, yes, and keep your hand on that note.
See, of
It
course.
doesn't go out of your hands. Okay?
It will not.
Yes?
See, yes.
You'll know if we need you. But keep an eye out anyway, and an ear.
I'll be watching.
I'll walk in.
Okay. So, you. You are walking. You're just walking straight in. So you're first, and you've got Tech. Next to you, yeah. So it's you and Tech walking in, and then who enters? Just so I've got an idea as to who's where.
Oh,
Okay. And then Storble and Dristan somewhat behind.
Yeah, that's cool.
Okay.
And probably go to the table that we usually sit at.
So, I'm sharing screen, by the way, Zaro, just so you can amend that. That's fine. Okay. So as you walk in, there is the corner table. You do see Dristan behind the bar. Zaro and Jask, this is the other side. You are waiting behind the bar. You're not in the back room. You're ready to come in from behind the bar, kind of, is how it works. If you walk in and head straight to your table, you head to the corner where your standard table is, and everyone joins you there. You're at your standard table. There's a few other patrons. They don't look... As everyone walks in, can you roll a perception check, please? So everyone except Zaro, because you're waiting around the back.
hey, I failed.
3.
Nat 20.
17.
Fail.
So is Storble the only one who succeeded?
Great success as well.
Storble, you walk into this tavern and you immediately see a large man behind the bar, and you frown at him because he looks at you and he frowns at you, not in anger, but in suspicion, maybe, if that's the right word. And as you look around, you can immediately clock that there are several large, burly figures drinking and eating at various tables, which seems normal to you for a tavern.
Is it that he like recognised us, or was it just a confusion, like a look of confusion.
You both locked eyes, and there was confusion there. Was there recognition? Maybe.
Is it your dad?
I don't think so. It could be, I guess. I don't know.
All right.
Well, he seems to know who you are. Quick, make a scene.
What are you talking about? Don't make a scene.
Don't pick a scene.
No.
I was about to smash a plate.
No, don't
do that.
No, don't make a scene. That would be bad.
Everyone, just stay here, please. I'll go to the bar. I'll be right back. I get up and I.
Ravik, are you sure you want to go by yourself? I can go with you.
I'll go with him. You stay here.
Watch out for the bartender. He looks odd.
Yes, yes, large man. I look suspiciously to Storble and then to Tennyson. But they look alike.
Roll a perception check.
Natural 4.
No. No. They're both large men. Beyond that, the similarities kind of fade. Tennyson has a kind of a different composition, different facial structure, different physical build. No, not really.
I say out loud, maybe an uncle then.
Okay.
Yes.
Uncle. Ravik, as you're walking along, Ilindor says, maybe an uncle then.
I just give him a funny glance and I look towards Tennyson again. I give him a small smile and I say, Tennyson.
Ravik. Ilindor.
Good to see you.
Calling me by my proper name. Wow.
I am.
We received your note.
Roll a perception check.
Natural 20.
Same.
Nice.
Both rolled natural 20s. He looks both of you dead in the eyes. What? No.
All right. Is there somewhere we can speak privately?
He looks around at the tavern that he's in, like, I don't think that would be a bad idea, but I reckon that it would be better if we did this outside of operating hours. I've got a lot of clients that currently need their mugs filled and their food fresh.
Well, why don't you fill their mugs now? Because this is quite urgent after what happened.
Roll a perception check again, Ravik, on saying that.
That's a 5, great success.
As you say, after what happened, the room becomes quieter, and you hear the scuffling of seats from around the bar, just as people seem to shift their weight, and then conversation resumes. Like I said, I would love to, shoot the breeze with y'all, but I'm afraid that I've got to look after my current clients first.
What's going on, Tennyson?
Well, I'm running a bar and a tavern for all kinds of folk.
You asked to see us, and then you shut us down. And I say this quite loudly as well.
Yeah, roll a perception check. Everyone.
Natural 8.
Okay.
17. Fail.
Okay.
Did you say everyone?
Yeah.
Or a 5, great success.
Nat 1.
Tristan, another nat 1.
I don't know.
You reach into your pocket and pull out a hand, and you look for a moment at your hand, and you don't want to open your fist. You look up, you look around, you see all of these figures are now staring intently at the conversation Ravik, Illander, and Tennyson are having. And though you never open your hand, you can feel the weight of a coin in it.
All right, Tennyson.
That's terrifying.
If you don't want to talk to us now, we'll come back later.
No, that's okay. That's all right. I like conversations. Yeah, I do too. Number 5 and 7. These larger gentlemen kind of sit next to the bar. I love having a chat. Tennyson, I think these gentlemen want. You are old enough to drink, right? I think these gentlemen want a little bit to drink. You can manage that, can't you?
I'm quite all right, and I walk away.
As you move to walk away, he catches your arm.
And I walk away.
Strength check, please.
That's an 8, great success.
He rolled better than that, and he pulls you.
But is it contested?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
He rolled better than that.
Okay.
He rolled a 3. All right.
Is it athletics?
I will allow you to have a reroll. Yeah, if you want to use athletics. Yeah.
Wait. Is athletics one of the? Hold on.
I think you've got one. You've got one reroll die currently. Oh yeah, if you've taken athletics. If you've taken athletics, you can actually.
No. Never mind.
Okay.
I don't
He
do that.
grabs you by the arm, puts you back on the stool. Says, "No. We were just about to have a chat, weren't we? Sorry, I didn't catch your name."
What? Me?
Ravik and Illander, both of you. He's next to Ravik, but he's calling across to the two of you. Tennyson has filled up 2 mugs, put them in front of you.
Maybe because that's because I didn't give it to you.
Oh, that would explain it. What is your name?
It's for me to know and you for not to know.
Wow, man, that's a funny one. That's a funny one. He kind of leans back in his chair a little bit. You hear that? It's a funny one. And you hear chant from across the bar. Now everyone else in the bar has just kind of called out in response to this. Tennyson,
Why do you want to know our names?
you got a note from our friend Tennyson here, apparently.
And it's nothing to do with you.
What business? Yeah.
I'll see you later. And I get up and I start to walk away again.
Okay, where do you go?
I go to the door.
You go to the door.
But the back door.
Okay, as you begin going past here, number 5, I think if you're coming back later, thumbs behind him, this is the door. Sorry, but going out that way is reserved for staff, clientele, and special guests.
Who are you?
Oh my.
Yes. Who are you? What business of yours to be telling us what we can and can't do?
It kind of looks across to Tennyson. Really? Did I know? Nothing? Honestly, I don't know what you're talking about. These are just clientele that have come for a drink and a chat, and now they're leaving. All right. That's fine. Except, kind of points at you, Ravik, except now he's pulled a dagger from his vest and is moving it between his fingers and points it at you. I think there's a little more conversation that we can have before the leaving part takes place.
What do you want?
I want to know why you want to talk to Tennyson.
I've been coming to this bar for years. I know Tennyson. There's nothing special.
All right, cut it out. And he looks you dead in the eyes. Where is it?
You're a strange little man. And I walk towards the door.
As you take another step towards the door, he points the knife over at the group that you have in the corner. Maybe they'll tell me.
Tell you what? No, what? Where is what? What are you talking
Stop
about?
playing with us. Where is it?
Where is what?
Okay.
You know what? It's nice to have a little common courtesy and tell when you're asking for something specific what you are asking for.
Everyone's kind of stood up at this point and are facing over to you guys. Dristan, you're holding the coin.
Yep.
And it does, psychosomatically, it feels hot in your hand. It's not hot, but you can feel it's hot.
I say to Storble and Tick, guys, maybe it's time to go.
Yes,
Yeah.
I agree.
Storble,
This
go.
looks not good.
Tech begins moving to the edge. Dristan, you're a monk. You kind of step over the table to the other side. That's not an issue. Storble takes a step.
I'd stand in front of Tech though,
You stand in front.
like
Tech.
between Tech and.
No. You're all part of the same group here, as far as I believe. Do you we want to know what's going on? And he's kind of, boss, I don't think they get any idea. No, neither do I. How about we try option B? Tennyson, how badly do you want these? Which one? Pick one, Tennyson. Pick one. And he kind of stops. And he locks eyes with you, Ravik. And I need you to roll a perception check. Right.
Sorry, what?
Perception check, Ravik.
Yeah, okay. 14. Is it modified by anything?
Insight, if you have it.
Okay, no, it's a fail then.
Perhaps detection. If you have detection, I'll allow detection.
Still a fail.
Okay. So he looks to you, Ravik, and you kind of lock eyes with him and then glance back. And then he turns to look at you, Illander, and I'll give you the same roll. Perception. Insight or detect perception.
Natural 1.
This man is looking at you with the eyes of an animal that has been trapped in the corner of a cave and is about to fight his way out. And he's asking you implicitly whether you're going to help, or you're going to be in his way, or you're going to be a casualty.
Tennyson.
This is Tennyson, and without another word, he pulls a knife, spits on it, and stabs it through the hand of number 5, pinning the hand to the desk. Okay? And I need everyone to roll initiative, please.
Question: Which one looked like the boss?
It looked like number 5, but now you're not really sure because they all seem to be interacting. But you see this as the stab goes through. You rolled a natural 1. He spat something onto this blade. As he stabs it, number 5 and his throat starts closing. All right. Any great successes?
I rolled a 3, yeah.
4, yes.
So just great successes first. Ravik and Illander, you act immediately, which makes sense. You may act first.
I shout,
Okay.
Zaro,
Sorry.
now! And I jump at... Oh no. I sprint towards... Ooh. Towards Tech.
Okay. If you are... Okay.
I'm gonna charge number 4.
Okay, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Yeah, you can absolutely charge. You are going to take an attack of opportunity from number 5. He has disadvantage because he's got a knife through one of his hands. And he's going to roll not high enough at all. And he swings and misses. Roll to hit. You have a +2 modifier against number 4.
Alright. Wait. Oh, yeah. Nice. 21 to hit.
21 will absolutely hit. Roll me some damage.
In fact, I just want to... Oh.
You haven't called out a shift in form yet.
No,
So
I haven't. I haven't.
Okay.
Instead of like straight up barreling into him, I want to pick him up and throw him into number 6 to knock them to one side.
Contested strength check. Contested strength check. Go for it.
All right. Ooh, not great, but it's a 16, 3 below my strength.
16's not quite going to cut it. He rolled very well.
Okay.
But you can absolutely, you can't pin him and throw him, but you can absolutely wail on him, which is a D2 plus your strength modifier for damage.
Okay. All right. He takes 5 damage.
5. I love the way your minimum damage is 5.
Yeah.
He takes the punch like a champ, but is not happy with it. And he turns, and he too has a dagger in his hands. Number 6, also armed. Illander.
Alright. Illander is going to run and jump up on the table.
Okay.
And go like full Galadriel. Like his hair's going to fan out. His eyes are going to go black. Sorry, the other table.
Okay, if you move to the other table, that's fine. Here, yeah? Here?
Yeah.
That's
Okay. Oh, sorry, that's Tennyson. That's absolutely fine. You're going to take an attack of opportunity there. It's not going to hit. You jump onto the table. That's not a problem with your movement. And what do I need them to roll? Just a straight roll?
Can they roll a will save?
Okay, and how many does it affect? What's the radius of this?
I've got to roll that. I've got to roll.
Fine.
The radius. Oh, pants! I haven't written down the radius. So it affects 3 of them. So it affects.
Okay.
The 3 in front, I think.
Okay. I'm just gonna quickly check. Okay. Glimpse the veil, glimpse the void, glimpse the true gods. 1d4 humanoids within a 30-foot radius, absolutely fine. They need a luck will save. Okay, so so 3, 6, and 4 basically are gonna take this, yeah?
Yeah, and I go like my hair fans out, my features go like green, my eyes go black, and I shout.
They rolled a 1 on the save, a 2 on the save, and a 16. Number 4. Just the other 2 weren't really paying enough attention. Number 4 looks at you and just bolts. 5, 10, 15.
Do I get an attack of opportunity?
You absolutely do. Roll an attack of opportunity. Yeah, Storble does, Dristan does. Yeah, absolutely. All of you roll an attack of opportunity as this guy just looks at you and just runs screaming.
Does a 10 hit?
10 does not hit.
Does a nat 20 hit?
Tristan, what is your nat 20 damage with unarmed combat?
I have my staff.
Well, it's a d6 either ways. What, are you using your staff two-handed?
Yeah.
What is that damage? So what's your strength modifier?
Strength is +2.
So 7, 8, 9, is that 10 damage?
It's d6.
Plus half your level.
It's half my level, which is... So is it half my level rounded up?
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. It's still 1 because half of 1 is 1.
Yeah. So yeah, that is 10 damage.
Okay. Storble, roll me to hit, just so I'm aware.
I missed. I rolled a 9.
On a nat 20, Tristan, are there any... you're using the staff. Does Bojutsu give you anything additional?
No, that's just if... No.
You smack him within an inch of his life. He is so badly staggered, but he tumbles off and he runs out the door. He was you cracked it across his skull. He was bleeding from eyes and ears. He's basically run into the streets screaming and bleeding. With that, any successes on initiative? Zaro, you hear the shout from Ravik.
Okay. I come in and I basically go for like
You can charge, so you have 60 feet if you charge.
In that case, I'm gonna charge 2 and yeah, number 2. And up, those ones up there.
30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55. Yep, you can absolutely do it. Roll to hit on number 2. As you just come, like the door explodes open and Zaro just starts sprinting in, locks a target and runs.
That's a nat 1.
Nat 1. So you charge, you stumble into him, and he rolls a total of 10 to hit. So he kind of stabs at you with his dagger, and you catch it under your arm. And the two of you are looking at each other. You're hanging at this guy, and he's looking at you. You're looking at him. Like, get off me! What does Jask do?
Basically, like, goes to the same guy.
5, 10, 20, 30, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. Can just about roll to hit with Jask.
It's a 15, natural 15 plus.
Natural 15 plus modifiers will hit.
Awesome.
Roll me some damage for Jask.
Damage for Jask. Let's go. Right, d6 plus 1. That is 7 damage.
7 points of damage. Fantastic. All right. And so the rest of you failed on initiative, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So first of all, seeing this, 1, 2, and 8 are going to close in on Zaro and Jask. One's going to have a go at the Hound, which is going to miss. And in fact, number 2 is also going to go on the Hound. He's going to miss. Zaro, that is a 15 to hit. What is your armor class?
Second, it is 16.
That's so jammy. All right.
Oh.
As that's going on, number 5, he's going to roll. Oh, he's going to fail. Number 5 is going to pull the knife out of his hands, look at it, look at Tennyson, and is going to collapse to the ground, breathing heavily. He's not dead, but he is having some kind of asthma attack, for want of a better telegraphing of what's going on. Number 7 is going to head to Ravik. Ravik has charged, so these guys have advantage to hit you.
Yeah.
That's not going to hit. That's a 2. Ah, that was so close to a 20, but it was an 8. That's a 15.
Yeah, that hits.
Okay.
What's your armor class?
That's a 15.
It's 12.
Okay. Then.
Oh, so it would still, even with the modifiers. Which means you take 5 points of damage, Ravik, as a knife slashes across at you. Number 3 is going to roll a check. He's going to pass very well on the check. And he's going to... Oh, Jask charged. Jask charged! Sorry, I just need to check something, because they would have advantage.
It just charged? Because he moved 60 feet, which is his movement.
Yeah.
Oh, he has...
Yeah.
I
No,
don't
no,
think,
sorry, no. Never mind.
Okay, that was 1 hit. Okay,
Just FYI, Jack, I rolled my DDM.
fine. You don't... yeah.
It was a boss ability.
That was an elven ability. That's fine. Jask takes 3 points of damage, by the way, Zaro.
But he does have 60 feet of movement.
Okay. Oh, he has 60 feet of movement?
Yeah.
He has no... He's taken no damage. I thought he charged. That's absolutely fine. Number 3 is going to roll very well on a check. And he is going to... Ooh, what's he going to do? He's going to see this corner is unprotected, and he's going to head across down here to Storble. He's going to jump onto the table. He's going to roll a dirty 19.
Can I use... Oh, that wouldn't even stop it. What's Tech's armor class?
Tech's armor class is not going to be higher than a... It's not going to be higher than a 16. It's not going to be 16 or higher in this instance.
Okay.
And she does...
In fact, am I able to intercept?
You may make a rescue. You need to roll a dexterity check.
Nope. That's an 18.
Okay. As you kind of turn, this is all happening quite quickly. You're paying attention to a lot of the fight. I actually rolled the attack on you, Storble, which is interesting.
Okay.
So as he moves to stab you, he looks, and he rolled really well on his perception check, and he moves you, he sees you looking to protect Tech, and sees that, and immediately turns to look at her, and swings the blade down at her. She manages to barely dive out of the way as the blade stabs through the table. Which means those of you who failed on initiative, it is your round. Which I believe is Dristan and Storble.
When Tristan, you can go first.
Go first. You can have your revenge.
I'll go first, yeah. Fine. I'll pick up 3 and just slam him to the ground in front of me.
Roll a d. So you're using him as a weapon against himself?
Yeah.
Roll to hit.
That's 2.
2's not going to hit as it stands. So you move to grab the guy, and he kind of nimbly moves out of your way. Dristan. There are torches lit in the room.
There are torches lit in the room. I'm not going to do that though. I'm going to head over to 3 next to Storble.
Okay.
I'm going to crack him from behind.
Roll to hit twice. You have a +1 modifier to this for surrounding him.
18 total.
That will hit. Roll your second to hit roll.
9 total.
9 total will not hit. Roll 1 attack.
D6 for a staff, isn't it?
D6 plus, yeah, D6 plus stuff.
That's 6 damage.
6 points of damage. Fantastic. Okay. That's fine. As this is going on, Tech looks, sees the fighting. She has managed to step out of the way, but she's looking. She's too tired. She can't fight. She's not in a state to fight. And she's looking to move to the corner. She's looking to disengage as best she can and stand between Storble and Ravik. She's going to take an attack of opportunity, but it's a disadvantage, which is good for her. And she manages to take a step, and she stumbles behind you, Ravik. She's holding on to your back, kind of steadying herself. She goes, Ravik, Elinda, this isn't what we planned. Tennyson, meanwhile, walks around to this man on the ground, and he just kneels down in front of him and begins you can't entirely see what's going on. He's talking to him in some way, but it's too quiet with all the frenzy. But you can see that the man on the ground is kind of clutching his hand, looking at Tennyson, before with contempt, now with absolute fear. And whatever's going on, the man on the ground is shrinking away as best he can from Tennyson, as Tennyson gently takes the knife from him and spits on it again. That's the next round. Everyone please roll initiative.
Oh yes, 3. Great success.
Fantastic. So great success is first. Who rolled a great success?
I did.
Okay.
Hold on. I might have. No.
Okay. Dristan,
I'm finishing this guy up.
roll to hit twice. You have the staff.
Okay, no. That's a 3.
Okay.
That's a nat 1. Okay, 5 misses.
Okay, so as you swing to this guy, he's seen his main target has now moved. He's going to roll a 2 to hit you. So you swing at him, he ducks out of the way, turns around with the knife, stabs at you, and you, instead of hitting him, rebut him with the weapon, and you twirl the staff in your hands. Zaro.
Yep. Okay, that's a 12 plus 4, 16.
16 will just about hit.
Just about hit. Cool. D6 plus 3.
On which, whom are you targeting?
Sorry, so number 8.
Number 8. Okay, fantastic.
5 plus 3. That's 8 damage. And
he's staggered.
on my offhand.
Yeah.
At disadvantage, right?
A disadvantage to hit. Yep.
Okay, 13. 12. Yes. Okay.
So 12 plus 4, yeah?
Yeah.
So that will hit. Roll damage again.
So 3 plus 3 is 6 damage.
He's looking so bad.
Okay.
So you've turned him and you've just swung and swung. Poof, poof. He's got blood pouring from his lips as he's one punch took him to staggered, another punch took him to minimal digits. What does Jask do?
He's gonna go kind of for number 8 as well, but hoping to I could buy it, then drag it around so it just moves to the square left of number 8.
So
you get what I'm saying?
just can move, but he'll take an attack of opportunity.
Oh, you know what, instead, go for number 1. Go for number 1.
He's going to go for number 1. Jaski's going to go for number 1. Roll to hit.
Sorry. That is a 2. Okay.
So just goes for number 1, but now he's aware of the dog and they're kind of trying to grab the hound. Any successes on initiative?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, fantastic. You may coordinate if you desire. Otherwise, Ravik's top of my screen, so I'll throw it to Ravik.
Okay. Seeing that Tech is now behind me, I want to grab number 6 by the throat, and I want to throw him towards the bar.
Fantastic. Roll to hit first of all.
Not 1.
Okay, you are kind of as Tech touched you, it's strange and unfamiliar. It's a woman touching your back, and for some reason it gets in your head in that moment in the combat, and you're just, hang on, and don't worry, you move to grab his throat, and catch your hand just as you're wrapping it around his neck, but he manages to pull you off there. Illander, you're next on my list.
I'm fighting with 2 hands, right? Can I take a second attack at disadvantage?
With disadvantage, you absolutely can.
I'm going to try and do the same thing with my other hand.
No worries. Roll to hit with disadvantage.
Okay, so that is 14.
14 will not hit.
Okay.
So again, much closer. This time he's basically arm wrestling the 2 arms that you have now. You can take movement as you've taken your actions, but I don't know if you want to.
How many did he lose by?
Oh, can you inspire greatness on that? It's by less than 3 if you want to inspire greatness.
Well, I can't, because I've got the other one, haven't I?
Right, so if they attack him, then you can cause them to miss. He failed by less than 3.
I mean, was it a check between the 2?
It was an attack.
Oh, it wasn't an attack, yeah. Okay,
it was an attack.
Fine.
It was an attack. All right. Unless there's something else, I'm going to throw it to Illander.
Oh, Ravik's blushing. Alright. I look a bit indignant now because I'm a bit and I say, I don't think you heard me. I look like a spoiled child.
Yeah.
Don't think you heard me. I am the Dark Star! And I shout them and cast it again.
Oh, you can do it again. Oh, brilliant. Okay, fantastic.
And this time, all 4 of them.
All 4 in your radius. Okay. Natural 1. 17 fail. 18 fail. Number 5. Hang on. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. So you can get number 8 actually. So I'm going to roll that as well. Okay. So, number 6 and number 7, the closest to you, and number 3, bolt. That's absolutely fine. Attack of opportunity on number 3, attack of opportunity on number 6, and on number 7. So first of all, Ravik and Illander on number 7, you each have an attack of opportunity.
Okay.
Cool.
18.
That will hit. Roll me some damage. D2 plus your modifier.
5.
Okay.
15.
15 is what you need to hit. Roll me some damage.
Wasn't expecting that. What is it? What is it?
It is a D2 plus your combat modifier, which for you is dexterity.
There's a quick jab to the ribs. Hey! 2.
Okay. So
That's
6,
6.
yeah? Right. Between the 2 of you, you've staggered him. He's obviously suffering, but he has cleared you and has escaped your grasp. Ravik, you also have an attack of opportunity on number 6.
Does
Illander does not have an attack of opportunity on number 6.
Oh, he was next to 6.
He does. Both of you do. Go again, number 6.
7 wasn't. Oh, yeah. Okay, cool.
Yeah, both of them. They all entered Illander's combat range.
Yeah. No. 10.
Okay.
Another 6 damage.
Fantastic. So all of these guys are kind of battered a little bit, but they are... So these two are sprinting for the door. That's fine, and they have escaped. Number 3, Dristan and Storble, you each have an attack of opportunity on number 3.
12 total.
12 does not hit.
15 total.
15 is what you need to hit. Roll me some damage.
8 damage.
He's so staggered. But he has fled. But he did not die. So far, they've all fled out the door, running into the street, bleeding and whimpering and weeping.
Sort of flat. That's a lot better.
Storble.
Yep. I'm going to run up to 1.
Yep. Yep, you're going to run up to number 1, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Fantastic.
On the way, can I grab one of the stools on the left?
Roll a dex check.
Yep, that's a success.
Fantastic. You've grabbed a stool and you are running with this stool.
And just smashing them over the head with it. Just...
Fantastic. Roll to hit.
That's a 2.
You have... Oh, a 2. No. I was going to say you have a +1 because Jask is on one side of him. You swing this stool. He sees it coming and he just swerves out of the way. Storble, as you've... No, we'll come back to this. You swing, but he swerves out of the way. With that, number 1, 2, and 8 are going to see what's happening. And they're going to look around at what's going on. And they're all going to disengage. And they are all going to flee for the same door. Zaro, you have an attack of opportunity. And so does Jask. So Zaro and Jask.
Okay.
You can attack number 8 and number 2. You have disadvantage on this attack.
15 and
Okay.
a 14. So
Is that a 14 that you rolled? 14 plus modifiers?
14 that I rolled, yeah, natural.
14 will hit. Roll me damage on number 8. In fact, tell me what happens to number 8.
Actually, you think you can run away from me, amigo? No, come here. Bye! Drag him back. Bye!
Are you? Is that an attack to wound or an attack to kill? Because you're unarmed, you don't take a... To wound. Number 8 is unconscious on the ground. Number 2, roll to hit on number 2. You have disadvantage on this attack.
Ooh, 18, natural 18, and a natural 17.
Roll this one. Roll me some damage.
That's a 6. Plus 3 is 9.
9 was its hit points. Number 2, same thing.
Yeah, I go. No. Adios, amigo.
Number 8 and number 2 have been clocked into sleep.
So I grab one, drag him back, punch him, spin round, spin kick the other one.
They're both on the ground, like. Number 1, Jask and Storble, you will have an attack of opportunity. You have disadvantage on this attack.
Okay. I'm just checking what he has to plus. Plus 2. Okay.
It's 11 total.
11 will miss.
11. Natural 11, so it's 13.
Are these the... Oh no, sorry, even if you did, wouldn't
Okay.
No, I missed.
Okay, so number 1 also escaped. Number 1 didn't take a hit. Number 3 escaped. Okay. As this is going on, you all kind of spin and turn. Everyone is either unconscious on the ground, so 2 and 8 are unconscious on the ground. You see number 5 is like and you can see Tennyson just slowly stabbing through the neck and then withdraws the blade, wipes it clean, sheaths it, stands up, turns to address the rest of you. I'm very sorry you all had to see that. Now, perhaps we can discuss this like gentlemen.
How about amigo, you tell me where you saw the notes, huh? Tell. Huh? What's your business here? What's your involvement? Aguara!
Alright. I can talk. And as you...
Jas is like growling at this guy, by the way.
No worries. Jas can absolutely be grounding at this guy. And everything kind of, you turn around. In fact.
So who are them men?
Right. Well, the first thing you're going to want to do is go and get those two and tie them up real good. He indicates to number 8 and number 2.
So we shouldn't kill them like you did with that man there.
Oh, well, I found out everything I needed to know. I assumed you had questions for them as much as you had questions for me. If you have no questions for them, I don't care.
That's a good point. Anyone got a break?
I can probably source some from the back. But he kind of looks, as he kind of offers, he sees Jask is growling at him, this fey hound, this bright orange fur, green eyes burning as they do in combat. But I feel that we may have a little bit of time. It might be easier to just put them out of their misery and you can get your answers from me.
Well, yes, but if we keep them alive, then we can corroborate your story with them, yes?
Well, I suppose that's true as well. Though I wouldn't count on that being the case for too long, because the number of them that have just walked into the street, they're not going to be forgetting that anytime soon. But
No, I'm sure not. Does that bother us?
It'll bother you a lot more than it bothers me, because...
This is your bar. Huh.
It's not my bar. I just work here. I've been working here for a while. And to be honest, I never much cared for it.
I searched number 2, number 8. By the way.
That's good, because it is a bit of a dive.
I checked that tech is alright.
Tech is leaning on you a little bit, Ravik. She kind of looks up. Thanks, sir. Friend. I was worried bad stuff was going to happen again. Just barely getting over this one. I don't think knives are much better than bolts, if I'm honest.
They didn't get to you, did they?
It was a close call, but I think I'm alright. As you're saying this, Zaro, you are examining the bodies, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Roll me a D100.
Roll 100.
Yes, that is the aim.
Under no circumstances, roll a 100. Under no circumstances.
79.
If you do, we'll give you a unicorn horn.
Roll a D100.
88.
Keep getting better and better.
I was so worried that was going to do something there. You were 2% off what was going to kill me. However, what you do find... while you're rooting through these pockets... Ilinda, you're checking. That's fine. Zara, you find a lot of silver for common thugs. You find 35 florins. And you find what you initially believed to be some kind of arcane artifact. Rather, you find a piece of parchment on one of them, written in a script that you don't understand, but with a crude drawing of what was contained in your letter. So you don't understand what it says, but it has an image of a single page of the Book of Doors. Illander, remind me, what were you doing? Heading over to Tennyson, or? Okay. He goes back behind the bar. There were 2 mugs that he'd poured. He takes one and starts drinking from one. I suppose you'll all have a few questions now, and we've got a little bit of time to answer them before things start getting real interesting.
I walk over and I say, if it was so important that no one else heard our discussion, why did you not put a time in your note?
Because up until today, I've stayed one step ahead of them. It seems the recent events have drawn attention to my bar.
Who are you, Tennyson?
Why did you steal that note from us?
I'd like to know that.
He looks up at you, Storble. Is this your first time in West Point, son?
Yes. Well, no, well, that I remember.
That you remember? Where are you from?
Well, I moved around a lot.
Right. I wish I could say the same. Looks over at you, Tristan. You've been using your staff and you've been looking around. There is no natural element in this. The water and the earth, the balance, the two that form the other elements are not here. There is only air and there is fire. There is chaos and there is slim chance. The balance, but not... it's like the top of a pyramid without the bottom of a pyramid. This city is not a balanced place, which means it may have been wise for you not to draw on natural powers here. But as you're kind of contemplating these things, you two... what are you doing while this conversation is going on, Tristan?
I find like a nearest rag and start cleaning some blood up and stuff.
You did hit them quite hard. Well, look. There's only so much that I can tell you because there's only so much that I know. But do me one last favor before we have this conversation. Prove to me you still have the page.
One of us has it, yes.
You can stand on the other side of the room for all I care. You can stand on the other side of the room for all I care, but as long as I know that it's in your hands.
It is in safe hands.
Do you show him the letter?
I'll go like that.
Yes. Fine. Well, look. I suppose, given that you know what it is now, you're aware of the significance of this particular item. Now, you may have stumbled upon such an artifact, but that doesn't mean that there weren't others looking for it. I am a member, or I was a member, of one of those groups looking for the artifact.
Pray tell, what was this group called?
I'm a knight, would you believe it? Technically, according to the nomenclature of the system.
What? But you've been serving those drinks here for a while. What are you talking about, Tennyson?
I've been assigned to West Point most of my life. And I've been watching and waiting for something like this to show up. Well, I thought he might know when I walked in. But I'm a knight of the Order of Saint Obel. I've been in West Point all my life these past 50 years.
Oh, have we ever heard of that before?
Yeah, exactly my question.
No.
Opal, yeah?
Saint Obel, S-T full stop O-B-L-E. Illinder, it rings a bell from somewhere, but the rest of you, not really. It's not something that you've majorly heard of, no.
Have I ever heard of?
You have, I mean,
Scorable, you do.
Hang on, what was it called again? Knight of the what?
a knight of Saint Obel.
Knight of Saint.
And, well, I guess there's a lot to unpack with this, and we have a limited amount of time, but let's just say that during the Great Fall, 300 years ago, several groups were established to protect what was left of the SilverWind coast. Or not. Some groups came into action and preyed upon the weakness. But that's besides the point for right now. Illinder, you'll be aware of the Penumbra. And you are aware, and that will be aware, you'll be aware of the Penumbra. Those, it's the belief in the veil from the umbral elves. And it's a long story, Ravik. Basically, while some people are looking to protect humanity, some people believe that death is the way forward. And these gentlemen that you just fought, whether they knew it or not, had accidentally stumbled upon the Order of the Penumbra. Bad news. And the fact that they're in West Point means that bad things are undoubtedly coming. They're a guild of assassins. They work across the Silverwind coast.
But
Worse.
that's who these men were.
They like to think that they were. I feel that now that these guys have been dealt with, the real nasty work's gonna come to the surface.
If they're assassins, they must have had a target. Who were they here to kill?
These ones? No, these are just low-level thugs. They're affiliates. The actual assassins wouldn't be seen so easily.
So you're saying they're still out there?
They're probably listening to this conversation right now, and there's nothing we could do to stop them even if we wanted to.
Jessica.
I'm not worried. I've been here a while. My order's gone. It's been time for me to move on for a while now.
Your order is finished, yes?
About 2 decades ago, more or less. We've been looking for this book for a while, but something happened. I was deployed here. We have agents across the coast, or rather we had. I don't know what happened to the rest of them, but we lost communication with the Citadel, and since then well, I've been on my own for the past 2.5 decades. No support, no letters. My job has been to make sure that the Book of Doors is kept secret when it returns, and it evidently has.
So why did you go to Tamlin?
He was the only person in the city that I had enough connection to who I believed could destroy the document.
Can you tell us why he jumped out that window?
That's probably better for him. After everything that happened, if he'd been discovered as working with me, they'd have come after him as well, and they are not kind. Well, Temlin's not a fighter at heart. I don't know how long he would have lasted. He took the easy way out.
Ow.
Sorry?
I said coward.
Maybe. I don't know. If you know what these guys were capable of, you might be looking to jump out the window yourself.
Well, doesn't matter.
But with things going on in the city, it's indicative of, well, they're moving. And they're gonna be coming north.
Who?
Penumbra. The they call them dark elves. Umbral elves is the correct terminology.
I thought you said they're already here.
Oh. What? An odd assassin? No. They've smelled blood. Pilot fish is just before the shark comes. Things are gonna get much worse.
So you're saying they're not here yet? I'm
I'm
confused,
saying,
Tennyson. What-
I'm saying that they have a presence here. I'm saying there's a difference between a single cell and an entire cabal. What they have in the city is a man with a knife. What they're gonna have once they discover that the page is here is 1,000 men with knives, all looking to do the same thing. Use the knives.
It's good that we didn't tell them that we had any pages.
It's true. It's only a matter of time. That gentleman dead on the floor, his direct superiors had strong suspicions that it may have already made its way to the Senate or, I don't know, to some authority.
Question.
Yes?
Your order,
Yeah.
I presume, was dedicated to providing protection for mankind.
Well, more unity than protection. We're dedicated to Saint Obel.
Do I know much about Saint Obel?
Roll an intelligence divine law check.
Yeah, get advantage.
Oh.
That is a natural 2.
Ooh. Okay. On a natural 2, you're very close to a lot, but you are close enough for just enough. You don't know about this order specifically. It is a religious order, but it's not a religion. It's kind of like the Templar Knights. They had affiliation, but they're not. However, the name Obel strikes you as funny. It's a translation. It's not a translation. It's a name, but it's in Old Agavon rather than Low Agavon or High Agavon. It's in a variant of the language. It translates loosely as to peacemaker, bringer of peace, desirer of peace. But it is a name. It is not. Yeah, it's a name that means bringer of peace, desirer of peace.
I feel like I know who started the order. I feel like that gives away enough.
Well, Tennyson, you're obviously a lot more experienced than all of us in such matters.
Indeed.
What should we do?
Do you trust Mistress Galgrim?
Now there's the million dragon question. Trust is a strong word. But based on the threat that's coming, I've run out of places to turn. I'm just an on-the-ground grunt who used up his only lead and accidentally led you there, and everything went wrong. I don't know how good my judgment is now. I'm not as sharp as I was.
Evidently.
I feel that in the hands of a senate, guarded by a legion of soldiers, I feel that's better than being in the pocket of some mercenary who's wandering the streets.
See, that is where I disagree with you.
Really?
Because it is when if these people are trained killers and thieves, having knowledge, essentially the more people that are in on a secret, the less easy that secret is to hide.
It's true.
So the more people that guard this thing, the more of a target it puts on its own back.
But all the guards aren't going to know about it. Only the Lady Gelgun will.
Yes, and it leaves more room for corruption. I think all the guard's got to do is pretend to be. All a person's got to do is pretend to be a guard, get in there, kill her.
Well, listen. I don't know all the ins and outs of it, but wherever the page goes, trouble is going to follow. So whatever you do with it, it's got to go somewhere that can resist trouble. But it's got to go somewhere. Floating around in the... I mean, I am sorry, Zaro, but it was uncomfortably easy to steal it from you.
Yes, how did you know about it?
The Enclave? You, coming from the Enclave, you came over land, you didn't take a boat? Well, obviously they wanted to send something incredibly important by drawing as little attention to it as possible. Otherwise, they would have just sent a messenger or a pigeon or someone on a galleon. They can afford it. But they sent you, a nobody, across the entire coast? Nobody's going to look twice at you, unless you try to get weapons into the city. I don't suspect they counted on that.
How did the Enclave get this item? How did they acquire this?
Hey, the Enclave's just one of the interested parties. We've all been waiting for it to reappear. We've all had feelers out. St. Noble would have got it first if we hadn't been destroyed.
Who destroyed you?
I can only assume it was the Penumbra, but I'll be honest, I was here. I don't know. I don't know what our resources are. I don't know who survived. I don't know much. And he kind of looks at you, Storble. Just kind of that lack of comprehension. Just looking at you. But, I was birthed in the Citadel, and I've been assigned to West Point my whole life, so I don't suppose I have a home anymore. We'll have to see.
Well, as Tennyson said, I think the best course of action would be to give this page to its intended recipient, and then we go with Tech down south. We wait for all of this to blow over.
I think there's logic to that.
Coward.
What do you
What are
mean,
we going-
coward, Elindor? We've barely scraped through each encounter we've had over the past few days. I don't have a death wish like you.
Not a death wish. A knowledge of greatness.
You have enough knowledge, Elindor.
There have been many men that have sought knowledge, Illender. Most of them are dead. The
Yes.
survivors are insane.
And now it is our turn to pick up the mantle. Do you not see it? We all converged on this point. Why? Why did a scruffy young man with no couthness whatsoever fall into your lap? Why these two interesting characters? One large being who has a past that is more intriguing than it seems, and well, I don't know much about you, I'm not going to lie, but why have we converged on this point?
Does it matter? Does it really matter?
Yes.
I'm finally a licensed artificer after all these years. All I want is to find a patron, okay? And all this mess is getting in between me and that goal.
Well, you do that. You go off, you live a small life. You never reach your full potential. You're destined.
What
You
do you know
enjoy
about my destiny?
a meager amount of gold, and your life is painfully simple. While I myself am going to reach for greatness.
You
Now
go
who
reach
is
for
with me?
greatness. You go do that. And I'm sure I'll hear about your corpse floating in the harbour of West Point.
Sarah, what will it be? Greatness or boring anonymity?
I look at Ravik. If this threat Tennyson is saying is actually coming, why do you think maybe they'll stop there? You've heard the stories. It happens 300 years ago. The whole coast was in danger. If the same thing, the same level of event is going to happen again, why do you think you'd be safe? Running away from it, not using your skills to good use, to go against it. I'm for greatness. Elendor, you're annoying, but you have me this time.
With
What about
this,
you two?
Tech,
New people.
Tech turns
Greatness.
at this point and says, "This is all too much. I don't know. All this talk, Hilinder. I don't know if you care much at this point. But I've nearly died twice. So I'm going to stay with Ravik on this one." She kind of, there's that ounce of hurt in her voice, not just from physical pain, but she kind of looks at you in that manner. "Ravik, I think you're the only one with a sense of things at the moment. This is too big for us."
And
Look at her with a look of disgust.
after all these years, you want to turn your backs on us and go and die chasing a dream.
No. And I pull open my shoulder, and you just see a large six-pointed star, like the one I drew on the floor. It's like a cross, and then another cross, and it looks like a slash. No. Since birth, I have been destined for greatness.
I've said this so many times.
Well, you'll hear it one more.
Hilinder, it's a birthmark. It looks like a star. We can't base our entire lives on how our flesh manifests when we're born. We've got
So much more. You may have heard the story before, but I am not just a fallen star by name. I am it by very essence. And it requires that I live up to that name. Now, you two, feel free. Go off for a life of anonymity. But I, myself and Zara, will look to the future, and we shall be the guardians of mankind.
Well, fine. I see how it is, Elender. Thought maybe it could be some other way, but I see how it is. If that's what you really want, fine. But I can't be part of this. And you can see just the beginnings of tears in her eyes as she walks from the bar. She leaves the tavern. She goes out the main exit. She just walks out.
Coward.
I shake my head and I go up to Tet.
So you two, what will it be? You us or with them?
I'm not sure I understood properly, but
Probably.
it sounds a bit. Shouldn't cower if people try to abuse their power or overtake others. I'm not a coward. I'd rather fight.
What I think, amigos, there's a reason we are all here at this time, the same time. There's something
Tristan,
more.
Your hand is now empty after the fight. You feel the residual space, and it's just burning. It's burning in your hand. Absolute chaos. Just ringing in your mind. Sorry, do continue, Zaro. I do apologize.
Oh, that's basically what I was going to say.
Well, whatever you're gonna be doing, I'm afraid I can't be part of it, and seeing as we're out of rope, he takes the knife, spins it, spits on it again, and moves to slit the throats of the two unconscious figures in the room. He cleans the blade on their clothes, sheaths the weapon. Look, if you can't even keep a small group of you together, how are you going to unite the entirety of humanity? I've been trying to do this for a long time, and it hasn't worked. And so he looks at you, Zaro. I may not be of your order directly, but Obel and the Owlbear Enclave share roots. Be sure of what you're getting into before you jump blindly. And with that,
Understood.
he looks at you. His eyes become slivers for a second. And the man who is Tennyson walks out the door, the back door, into the street.
Actually, wanna grab him.
Was he?
As you run after him, you open the door and you see several people walking. None of them look like Tennyson.
I knew it. As soon as he started spitting on his blade, I knew it. I knew what you were doing, Jack. I knew it. Wow.
What page was he talking about the entire time? Just so confused.
Storble, can you read?
No. I've never learned to.
So how do you tell those stories that you're so good at?
From memory. I'm very smart.
Of course, but earlier you couldn't even recall a tale that you told before, apparently.
I don't know what you mean. I did it perfectly. I thought it was a great story. Did you not like it?
Yes, but you had your little. Wait.
Sorry, I missed that. I zoned out.
Okay. Never mind. Well, should we go and see the chaos that the little man has breathed upon the house? Oh, first, are you with us or not?
You're talking to Dristan. Dristan, just speak aloud. What were your thoughts? What were you thinking to ask? Because you're a monk, you might be able to roll certain checks depending on what you want to know.
Well, it was 2 questions for him directly. First one, why does he keep spitting on his blade?
Okay, which may or may not have been answered.
Yeah. Second, how old he was. Yeah.
Very old.
Third question, where was he when the girl fell?
Where was what, sorry?
Actually, no, sorry, that's the wrong question. The question was, did he have identification of the order he was part of?
I mean, you can search the bar if you want. Roll an intelligence or a perception, gather information check.
Great. Natural 3. Great success.
The coin has been in and out of your pocket. You don't have any money, Tristan. And you're now trying to remember at what point you ended up with this coin. You didn't have it before you were in the bar, but he was at the other end of the bar. And you take it out of your pocket and you look at it for the first time. And it is identical to another one that you have seen recently.
Is it the same size or is it?
It is a gold dragon in actual value, but it is a medallion with a pattern on one side, a heraldic pattern, and on the other side, the inscription of a citadel.
Question. Do I see this?
Roll a perception check. If Tristan is examining it, roll a perception check.
That is a success.
Okay. You do see it. Roll an intelligence check.
Is it to find more?
This is call it detect or insight.
I mean, I've got detect.
Detect, that's fine. Intelligence detect.
A success.
Stitch for stitch, inch for inch, millimeter for millimeter. You've seen that citadel before.
And in his. So tight.
Smash cut. Ravik, you are on the street with Tech. It's been quite a few minutes. It's been a fair little while. You've been wondering. She's kind of walked off. She's got her arms crossed. It's a bit chilly. She's walking down the street. Tears are streaming down her face. She's stormed off. She's heading back towards Ilander's place because we've got nowhere else to go, Ravik. Just a few more days and we would have been fine.
I know. He's worse than he usually is, isn't he?
Worse than he usually is. He dismissed us out of hand, Ravik. We've tried for years. I tried for years. I thought we were getting somewhere. I don't know. And she's kind of you've been going for quite a while. The discussion's been continuing in the tavern. You do actually end up back near Ilander's place, and you see she's kind of stopped at the street corner just to kind of wipe her eyes before she goes in, and you see a figure near Ilander's place, just trying to stay out of sight. It's about 6-7 p.m. at this point. It's later in the evening. And natural one. You hear a voice from across the street. Revik.
Yaruz.
Revik. And he kind of comes over and he embraces you tightly. Ah, Revik. Oh, I'm so glad to see you. It's been so long.
It's good to see you, Uncle.
I mean, it's only a few weeks at a time, but I tell you, it really gets to me on the ship. How are you?
Oh, Uncle.
And he turns, he sees Tech, and he kind of puts his arm on her shoulder and brings her. What's going on? What's wrong? Is everything okay? You okay, dear?
So much has happened. It's been crazy.
Right, are you going anywhere in particular, or we could probably head back to the house? I know it's not on the way, but we could head back.
I nod, but then I remember who's there, and I'm like, ah. Oh.
No, Revik. Head back to my place.
Oh.
We can head out. It's not great to go, but if we get there before the sun goes entirely down, we should be all right.
Is that okay with you, Tech?
And Tech's she's sniffling. But I don't want to see Linda again, Ravik.
All right.
And Yaruz hears this, like, had a fight with Ilinda. Oh no, Revik, come on, we've got to get you inside. It's freezing out here. And you head southeast. You begin heading southeast as you're heading towards Yaruz's place. So Revik, but Ilinda was with me earlier. He came to the port.
Yeah, I asked him. Well, he was going anyway, but I asked him to.
Right.
But anyway, it's best if we discuss this in privacy.
No problem.
I'll tell you everything, but
that's
look,
fine.
He's got an idea in his mind, and he's throwing his life away.
I've known men like that. We'll talk more inside, but what you need to know, both of you, is before we say anything, it's not your fault. What he's got in his mind is not because of you. And how he's treated you is not because of you. I've known men like this. He's, in some ways, he's more like his father than he would like to admit.
The thing is, Yaruz, he's an arrogant fool, and he said hurtful things, but he's still my friend. I don't want him to die. I don't want to leave him.
So as this is going, as you're talking, I'll allow you end up, it's been maybe about half an hour of walking, because it's right on you're in the east side, it's kind of southeast. Out, you exit the wall, and as you exit the wall, the guards kind of keep an eye, but the further you go beyond the wall, the more it becomes a shanty town, a bit more dangerous. But you get to Yaruz's hut, that's not a problem. He keeps an eye out. You, Ravik, have grown up in this area, you keep an eye out. Things are fine. You get to the place, you light a few torches and lanterns, brings out some meager kind of dried meats that he has stored, and sets it all down at a table, sets up some lanterns, closes the door with heavy bolts, and sits you all down on kind of crude furniture. It's not incredibly poor. Working for Philip actually gives him a little bit of pocket money to do certain things with, so it's fine. But if you go too fancy, you're just asking to be robbed. Is the kind of environment. The kind of all the windows have no glass, and it's just metal bars, and it's, he sits you all down. Right, so tell me exactly what's happened. I saw you, but first of all, just to clarify, the monk and the performers, they were with you. Are they? Tell me what's happened, Revik.
Okay. It was just a couple of days ago. We were in the tavern, just like usual.
Right.
And this man burst through the door while I was waiting for Tech and Ilinda to arrive. Zaro, his name is, and he had a magnificent dog with him. Yes.
Okay. What kind of a dog? Big dog, small dog?
Like no dog I've ever seen.
Oh, right.
He was,
Sounds
he was-
amazing.
He was big. He was like a wolf. He had auburn fur. His eyes green.
Wow.
You need to see him, Yaruz.
That'd be
But
great.
Anyway, I'm getting off. Anyway,
Go on, Ravik, tell me. Go on.
it turns out that Tennyson, you know the barkeep at the Coco Stallion.
Tennyson, I think so. Yeah. The guy who's, for the patrons, for the students. Yeah, the barkeep.
He's not who he's not who he said he was. He's mixed in with some business. I don't even fully understand yet, but
What? Who is he? What's going on, Ravik? If it's something, if it's money, if it's we can. You know
No,
me. I can help
no.
out. It's fine, Ravik.
he said he's a knight of Saint Obel. We've been attacked twice over the past couple of days.
Wait, Ravik. Of Saint who?
Obel.
Right. Go on.
He stole something from Zero, a letter, and we tracked him to the academy.
Right.
In fact, right to the door of Temlin Bree, the dean of the Divine Academy.
Right. Yeah, I've met him. We did those parent-teacher conferences when we had to that one time. Bit of a. I mean, he was he's the cultist side, right? Not the artificing.
That's right.
Yeah, scumbag. Right. No, go on.
Well, have you heard? I'm assuming you've not heard what happened to him.
What happened to him?
He jumped out the window.
On purpose?
He committed suicide in front of all of us. But not before. He shot Tech in the stomach.
What?
Nearly killed her.
He turns to her, and she's kind of immediately snuggled up on the long chase, and she's already asleep. It's just too much for her. She's taking the injuries. He looks over at her. She was shot.
That's right.
Is she okay? Do we need an apothecary or someone?
And attended to her. He saved her.
Right, he say okay.
And then this man jumped out the window before we could react. He killed himself. And Tennyson says it's because he was afraid of the penumbra. Because they were looking for this letter that Zaro had. And it turns out that inside this letter is a page from some magic book. It's madness, Uncle. And then we went to Tennyson to speak with him, and these men tried to attack us again. It's just madness. And now Illandor wants to. I don't even know what he wants to do, but he doesn't want to hand the book away and be done with it. He wants to get himself involved further. He won't come with us.
Revik, what was this magic book called?
The Book of Doors.
And the knight, you said he had a patron, St. Obel.
Yes.
And the knight where is he?
I left him with the others at the Coco Stallion.
But he's staying in West Point, right? He's staying here.
He's lived here his whole life as Tennyson.
But he's not living, right?
What do you mean?
If he's a knight of Saint Obel,
You think a dead man's been serving us drinks all these years?
No, Brevik. He can't leave. I don't think you understand. He can't leave.
What do you mean?
Obel is not a local word. It's not a local meaning. Obel is a name of our tongue, Brevik. It is a true name of our people.
What?
And while St. Obel, revered by your kind, my kind, and humanity alike, functions in a place, it is considered sacred by our people. If a knight of St. Obel has been operating here, then it explains why things have been going so well for so long. But if he leaves, then this place will no longer be considered sacred by our kind. Why do you think our people have not touched these shores in almost 300 years?
Why have you never mentioned this before?
Because I didn't expect it to be. I didn't know. You have to forgive me, Brevik. I was naive. I was young and we were running for our lives, but I didn't expect any of this to be going away. I thought I was stupid. I thought that the West Point, I thought that all the, it doesn't matter. West Point's not in a position to defend itself, obviously. That explains it. That explains why we haven't already seen more of our people coming to these shores and raiding and attacking.
No, go on, sorry.
If there is a page from this book, and this page means that the Knights of St. Obel stay in West Point, then it has to stay in West Point. Brevik, the knight, a page, all of this, it's all linked. This cannot leave the city. If it leaves, I don't even want to know. I don't want to know what's going to happen.
Well, that's what we said. We said we should give it to Lady Galgrim.
Lady Galgrim. I suppose I would rather, 300 or so years ago, West Point had a legion, and that's why our scorned people never attacked. Right? I wish there were a legionnaire that we could just give it to. No, you're right. Galgrim is probably the best. She commands what the legion is now. And they have the Griffin in the harbour. If the scorned people hear that West Point is no longer considered a venerated site, then that's going to be a rich enough target to unite all the clans.
What? Unite the clans?
I don't think there would be a single cog in the Autumn Isles that would pass up a chance to raid West Point. I think there are a lot of important things happening, Revik.
There's something else.
We need to, there's more.
Something awoke within me.
Right. Well, that means do you know why we call it the Great Fall? Or why it's called the Great Fall? It's not because the legions and the armies and the soldiers were forced back to West Point. The Great Fall is not centric to a single city. The Great Fall is when we were, as mortal creatures, were shut off from the veil and from the powers that lay within. There has not been a true mage since Drobinald Heartflame and his, well, I suppose in a few years following, but for the past 300 years we've been shut off. If this page and the knights are all interested, and it links and the scorn, something's reawakening, Revik, not just in you, but in the world. I fear that without proper control or understanding, this could spiral out of control, like a fire with an unending source of fuel. And he kind of sits back, and you see like a glazed look go over his face just for a second as he just looks into the sky. Absolute chaos. Revik, we cannot let this happen. I can talk to Philip. Maybe we can catch. I mean, if they're looking to get out of the city, then they'll probably take a boat, and we can keep an eye on the harbor. But we can't. Ilindo, if he leaves the city with this page, then that's it. Why would the Knights of St. Dobel stay if there is nothing to protect?
Well, we need to go.
We need to find this knight. We need to find this knight right now. We can't. And he looks at Tech. It's like, we can't leave her here by herself, not in the war. She's not from here. She doesn't know how it works. We have to go in the morning.
By then, they could already have gone.
Go then. I'll look after Tech. You know where your friends were. You know where they're probably going to go better than me. I can talk to Philip in the morning. He's not going to go anywhere by tomorrow. He's going to be home for a while at least, a few days. I'm sure he wants to see his son graduate. Smash cut. Ilinder, Tristan, Zaro, and Storbel, you have just kind of finished up. You're looking to leave the tavern at this point. Are you heading back to Ilinder's place? Is that the idea to say? Okay. As you head back, and you arrive back at your house.
I'm on guard, by the way, the whole time now. Like.
That's fine. Roll a perception check.
Natural 2.
2, okay. You are very alert and aware, especially with Jask around you, sniffing out for danger. You can communicate innate ideas with Jask at close range. And something's wrong. Not in that you're being observed or that you feel that you're in imminent danger, but you feel that Jask's alertness is being distracted. So in as much as how he's basically saying, I'm smelling something else that's interfering with smelling people. And it smells like arcana. It's interfering with my other senses.
Can you trace it? This smell that's distracting him.
He's indicating that it seems that whatever you've got on your person, the scent, quote unquote, that only certain creatures can detect, is becoming stronger.
Oh. Okay.
However, as you return, there's nothing that nothing jumps out at you in the dark. Tristan, you went out the back. Are you rejoining them immediately, or are you doing something else? Are you looking for Adrian? Are you heading around the city? It's kind of 7 p.m. at this point. As you head back.
I'll head back with the others. I'll find
Fine.
something in the morning.
As you get to your house and you sneak into the bottom, you find Patek and your father. All right then, and then you were having a right big drink with that guy, and you're actually a circus performer then. You've been around the place. Oh, I've been everywhere, I have. Look, I've been with the big man. His name's Storbel. He's a great laugh. Oh, really? If I'd known that I was carrying two of the finest performers in the entirety of the SilverWind Coast, I would have given you a 21-gun salute. Oh, it's an honor. And you can see kegs of beer are kind of strewn everywhere, finger food, tapas, it's all kind of all over. Oh, I haven't had such a good laugh since we ended up... Did I tell you about the time I ended up stranded on the Autumn Isles? And my crew told me that the only way to survive over here was to what was it? Cannibalism. What's that then? It's when you kill bananas and make them eat themselves or something like that. That's ridiculous. These two are great. And you turn as you walk in. I don't even need you to unmute. You just kind of upstairs. That's fine. That's fine. Stormal, Zaro, Tristan, Jask, you walk in on this. Illander just takes a moment and leaves. And the rest of you are left with just no thank you. And you go upstairs to civilization. Zaro, Stormal, and Tristan, you are left with Patrick and Captain Philip having a fantastic laugh. And they kind of turn and see you and say, "Oh, Elaine, you want to No. All right. Well, I don't really know you guys yet. But the monk I spoke a little bit to, and Storble! I know Storble. You've told me all about Storble. And you, what's your name?" To you, Zaro.
Oh, sorry. My name is Zaro.
Oh, Zaro. That's a lovely name. Do you drink, Zaro?
Hey, not tonight.
You do now, right? Coming on, and then you all drink. Illander, as you ascend the stairs, for the first time in a little while, you catch the flowing robes and movement of your mother moving from one room to another. And she stops for a second and takes a step back and catches you, just ascending these stairs, looking a bit bedraggled, a bit stressed, kind of a bit frazzled. Illander. What's wrong, my sweet? What's wrong?
Nothing, mother. But finally, my destiny has revealed itself.
Oh, really? I'm so happy. And with power and admiration and... Well, tell me about this destiny that has been revealed. It can only be the greatest. You have not even graduated and you have destiny before you. I'm so proud.
Yes, mother, but I tire tonight.
Oh, of course.
Perhaps I will regale you in the morning.
I look forward to it. I will make sure that we have a fine breakfast prepared so that we can converse in a manner befitting a son and his mother.
Yes.
Did you run into your father downstairs? Is he home?
Briefly. You'll be glad to know that he's drinking with the help.
Well, while he's down there enjoying himself, I'm not going to argue while I'm up here. All right. Well, I will allow you to go to your room and I will head to mine. We will speak in the morrow, Illander. And she, again, moves with this kind of lithe action. Zaro, roll me a stealth dexterity check.
Natural 1.
Natural 1. Is Jasp coming?
Yeah.
Okay. Storble and Tristan, unless there's anything else specific that you would like to do, I'm telling you, you're having a great time. You're having the best.
That's what I'm doing. I'm just drinking.
You just...
We're telling
Are they
stories.
carousing?
I mean, if there weren't a level up at the end of this session, then I would give you a carousing bonus for this, absolutely. But you are going to be level 2 by the end of this session. Tristan, is there anything else you're doing?
Piles and piles of information have just come onto me. I'm just gonna sit in a corner, away from the noise, and meditate about the day.
Fine. So every so often you take a sip, but you have the one drink that you're nursing just to keep them off your back. You're just sitting there processing with a single coin that you just flip. And you kind of don't let it land and stay in one place, you just keep it in the air, keep it flipping. And eventually, as it's flipping, you're not even holding it, and it's just flipping in the air in front of you. And you're observing this, and it feels like something's waking up in you and in the world that you are attuned to. Zaro, as you head out into the night, you, after a little while, just to expedite things, to close things out, you do bump into Ravik. About midway through the city, you actually bump into him, looking for him based on what you're actually in Hudson Square,
Hang on.
near the East Gate.
Is this after I spoke
Yep.
to...
Yep,
Well, there was one thing I wanted to do before leaving.
sure.
I wanted to take my inventions, wrap
Sure.
them tightly in cloth and rope, and before heading out, I wanted to change to tiger form. I wanted to stealthily re-enter the city
Fine. Roll a
with them on my back.
roll a stealth check. That's fine. This is more for the guards because so Zaro rolled a nat 1. So I mean, roll a nat 1.
I'll try. So I got a 9, which is a great success.
9 is a great success on a 19.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
right?
Cool.
Isn't it?
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah,
Yeah, it is.
absolutely fine. No worries. So you get back into the city. That's fine. You've got these weapons over your shoulder. And as I say, you enter through the East Gate, the Great East Gate. You're in Hudson Square, and you stop as the form of Zaro and Jusk materialize themselves in front of you. And you're all together looking for each other.
Zara?
Ravik.
You're muted, Zaro.
No, I'm not.
Oh, okay. No, you're okay.
Just gonna hear you.
Okay.
Are you...
I know it's... Yes, I know it sounds crazy, but in the past few days I've been here, you and Indoor, you have something. And if we were to continue without you, well, let's just say I feel like you anchor him a lot, speak sense into him, and it would help a lot if you were there.
Just wish he knew.
I don't think he ever will, but it's something we must do, something we must live with.
Zara, I've come to learn and realize some new things. I don't want to separate myself from Melinda, not even from you, because I know that we're all going to need to put our heads together and deal with this.
See.
And there's some new information that I feel like you need to know.
I'm here, tell me.
Melinda needs to know it as well.
Well, I'm sure. I'm sure he wants to kick you out. I'm sure he'll listen to you.
I need to know what does he plan to do? Is he still in the city? Is he...
Yes, he's at his home.
Okay.
That's where I just came from. Seems like he's going to rest there for the night, but we haven't made plans for tomorrow yet.
That's good. I'll explain this to everyone soon, but it is imperative that that page stays in this city. It cannot leave. Please, Zero, make sure it doesn't. You still... I draw in close to him, and I just whisper as quietly as I can. you still have it.
It's not on me, but I know where it is.
Sorry, what?
I said it's not on me right now, but I know where it is.
What do you mean?
I can't look around just in case, like. So it's quiet, right?
There is. If you're specifically looking around, that's actually something good. So, as you look around, you actually see Jask has moved off from your side and has moved towards an alleyway. And is currently having his fur ruffled by a man crouched in robes who's kind of stroking the chin of Jask. And Jask is like absolutely friendly with this person. His eyes are calm, his fur is tingling as he strokes. And you hear a voice from the shadow of the alley. No, do continue. I think this is about to get to the really, really good part. And I'm going to close our session there for this evening as Adrian Jaru steps forward from the alleyway. Thank you very much for joining us this evening for this trial stream. I hope there's been enough there to get you hooked to the story that we plan to continue for the next little while with the low fantasy gaming. That's the beauty of it. We forgot we were streaming. You get some natural gameplay. Yeah. There you go. But we're still new at this, so I guess we're supposed to do an outro. So just for technical YouTube reasons, I should probably say, because we've been streaming, all music credits are in the stream description. Yeah. They're in the about section. Artwork that we've used for our backgrounds, if anyone knows who they are or where we can credit them, that's fine. If someone sees this in 10 years and goes, I know who drew that, we absolutely want to credit them, make sure that work is put out there in the right way. And otherwise, check out Low Fantasy Gaming. And also, probably should have led with this, but this stream is sponsored by my book, which the link will be put in the description. Yes. Gifts of the Earth, a materials compendium, which is all about adding extra fun materials to your universe that don't necessarily involve magic. They are mundane items that can be used for 5e, LFG, or any other system. There you go. Little bit of a plug. I'm not used to plugging. First time. What do we think, guys? How's this going? I mean, end of stream chat, I guess. Credits roll. There we go.
That was
all right.